Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help me. Thank you, guys. Okay. Well, first of all, market's in for a nice open right now. Anyway, we're up significantly, actually. So, see what happens once we get open. What's happening? Quite a few earnings plays. HPCO is not an earnings. I don't think it's an earnings play, but it's on top of my list here. However, I think it's faded a bit here. Is it an earnings play? Actually, it is an earnings play. HPCO is an earnings play. Just give me a moment as this single stock window loads again. Just give me a moment. I think actually, it's not an earnings play. I'm sorry. It is not an earnings play. They have it listed incorrectly. WLDS. So they received $900,000 and stock popped 70%, low float, 4.9 million in the float. This is a $900,000 grant. And of course, it's AI. So this is your AI flavor of the day. Speaking of AI is on the move again, guys. Speaking of AI, another little pop here. Almost at yesterday's high, 28.40, getting close to yesterday's high. Let me answer, Jeb. Is there a way of getting pre-market active scan to include the post-market? No, but we have a post-market scan, so I'm not sure why you would want to do that, but we do have a post-market scan. If you go to our channel bar and look at after hours, you'll see we do have a post-market scan. TTGT is, now this is an earnings play. TTGT is an earnings play, gap down on earnings. Not a lot of volume yet. Your Oak Street worked out for you, William. I guess the deal is done now with CVS. Affirm, AFRM is an earnings play. AFRM is an earnings play, gapping down on earnings. Gene, Gene, Gene had a press release about something. New publication, gene types, ability to detect breast cancer, et cetera. So there's some news on Gene. Interesting because now it is at the high of 3 days ago. And of course, 4 days ago, got up to 250 or so. APPS is an earnings play. APPS is a gap down on earnings. Pretty big gap down, wiping out all this on the daily. Sono is an earnings play. SONO. SONO is an earnings play. Nice big gap up for this company. Wow. Look left on the weekly chart. The next high is 24.56. So this has got some room on the weekly chart anyway for Sono, SONO. Rev B, big gap down for Rev B. I'm not sure I saw any news on this one. Rev B, I'm not sure if it's the financing. I don't see any news on it, but big gap down, 30%. And it's a lifetime low right now. It's a lifetime low, Rev B. FLNC is an earnings play. FLNC. And just for those who don't know, what I term an earnings play, any company released earnings after hours yesterday, that mauve area, or pre-market, the tan area. Those stocks typically are in play for the day. Disney, of course, is an earnings play. Big move for Disney after hours, laying off a bunch of people. Target raised to 135 by Bank of America. Okay, so there's Disney. I think they're cutting or saving about there. So they're cutting 7,000 jobs. And I think they're trying to save something like $5.5 billion. Mattel, because Barbies aren't selling, Mattel yapping down on earnings. Big gap down. Look at this. I mean, look at this on the daily, down 10, 11%. ICU. Yeah, press release, FDA approval to begin study. Low float, 2.7 million in the float. STLA is popping in here as an earnings. It is not an earnings play. Big float. Don't see any specific news on it. GMED, GMED, GMED. Trying to see why this is down. I thought it was an earnings play, but it is not an earnings play. This is a big gap down. This is a big gap down to accelerate. This is the news. Ah, I see. Okay, Nuva and GMAT have agreed to combine in an all-stock transaction. Okay, that's the reason. Take a look at Nuva and NUVA. So they're both, so Nuva's up, well, Nuva was up, I guess, on that news, but it is really giving most of that gain up. And Viru, wow, Viru on an earnings play is just getting crushed here. VERU is getting crushed. Well, it was getting crushed. It was down here at 350, so it has bounced a little bit here. But this is an earnings play. VERU is an earnings play. Yeah, KPRX from yesterday. Lot of price targets put on this one. A lot higher than the current price. The big one at 119. CSII is a buyout. CSII is a buyout. Abbott is buying them. ABT is buying them. A moment here, guys. And Carvana was on the move. Is it still moving higher? Yeah. CVNA. Yesterday's high was 1678. It was very wild yesterday. Well, I mean, obviously this has got some potential. I mean, if we can believe that maybe this little AI play is going to do something. Wilds, WLDS, looking left on the weekly chart. Looks like the next high is 145. What did it get up to this morning? Got up to 126. This is again, I don't know if this is an IPO or a SPAC that turned into WLDS, but it started trading as WLDS back here, back in September of last year. All right, just looking to see if anything else is kind of popping in here. Uber a little bit weak today after, well, actually it's popped right back up, basically flat at earnings yesterday. Look, by the way, I'm not even, well, I'll mention this one. Look at this cannabis sector. So here's CGC earnings, awful, just awful. Well, it says got a 900,000 grant budget for developing a manufacturing process of its AI-based neural input product. So that's, they just put AI in the name along with that $900,000 grant. HIMS was on the move. HIMS was on the move. Also, it's not an earnings play. Jefferies upgrades ahead of 2023 guidance. Let's see what sort of price. So they put an $11 price target on HIMS. All right, let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from our analysts at. I think what's happening is that they're starting to give it to me a little bit later than 10 after 9. I'm talking about in my email, I used to get it at 10 after 9, like clockwork, the upgrades and downgrades. What's China doing? Didn't you look at China yesterday? KWeb, let's take a look at how China is doing. Yeah, a little pop for China, actually, guys. So China stock should be in play today for a while anyway. There's KWeb. Maybe this little sell-off is over for a while anyway. The China stocks. So fairly important. It took out these lows of 33.29 2 days ago, 3 days ago, and it's been underneath that, but maybe it'll regain that and start to run again. Okay, DFLI is, I'm seeing it here, very low volume, not an earnings play. Just want to see if there's any sort of press release on these guys. I don't see anything. Nice, if this gap holds, it's the float leg, yeah, 6.3 million in the float. So, I mean, there's not much volume yet for DFLI, only 21,000 shares, but it is up 14%, and it's a nice little break on the daily so far. Well, I may have to forego if they're going to delay getting me this email down to 9:15. I think what I'm going to do, yeah, I don't know about the upgrades and downgrades anymore. I'll just take a quick scan of them if they come in. Let's take a look at the sectors right now, though. Okay, we'll go to New from our toolbar, click on Dock Channel Bar, and then Show More to get to my sector status. And so again, we're in for a nice robust open. So most of these are going to be up from yesterday's close, if not all of them. All of them. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. There's the energy sector, XLE, the major ETF for energy. So when you see 80.95% in green, that means that the stocks that make up XLE, 81% of them are above yesterday's close. Okay, that's what those numbers refer to. And consumer staples, 96%, et cetera. So we're in for a very strong open with all the sectors so far. There is not what I would consider a weak sector at all. And as always, let's take a peek to see where they are in relation to the 200-day moving average. So energy was starting to creep down towards it, but a little bit of a bounce a couple of days ago. You know how it looked like it was creeping down towards it, but and that green line is the 200-day moving average. Retail was in jeopardy yesterday. XRT was in jeopardy yesterday. Retail was hit quite a bit yesterday, a lot of stocks, but still hanging, still hanging pretty much over that 200-day moving average. Consumer staples. Now, consumer staples was the only one that was under of all the major sectors, and it is now it's under, and it's starting to fade away from it too. So consumer staples is the weakest sector right now. Healthcare, XLV. And healthcare has just been hovering over the 200-day for a long time now. Industrials, XLI. Another one that's well above the 200-day moving average. Financials, XLF, is moving away from the 200-day also. Financials are looking stronger and stronger. And consumer discretionary, this is a surprising one to me. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit above the 200-day. I would have thought if, that this would be flipped, that staples would be above the 200-day and discretionary would be below, but it sort of flipped the script right now. XLB materials, a bit above the 200-day. And now communications, XLC. So still, once it cracked that 200-day, starting to drip down a little bit back towards it, but still above the 200-day. And then technology, XLK, and definitely above it. So when you look at the entirety of all the sectors, there's only one sector that's underneath the 200-day moving average. That's pretty impressive, and that's staples, consumer staples. Any thoughts on app today, APP? Do I see it here? Oh, that's it right there. It's an earnings play, so it's going to be active. Obviously, it's an earnings play. Happen after hours. The gapped up after hours. You can see the mauve area. It's kind of holding that gap. When you look left, what do you see? 1673 and then 1740. So I mean, it's got some room, I guess. 1740 is the next high. Right now, I mean, it's just sort of basing. After hours, it did get up to 1797. All right, so I'm not getting anything in my email yet for the upgrades and downgrades, so I'm just going to have to forget about them today. Is Bax an all-time low? Well, let's take a look. According to us, no. You know, if you had a high and the low, it's 15% above that high, or sorry, the low for Bax. You'd have to go to a monthly chart. I'm sure you'd see the yeah. So you can see back here in 2015, it was below this price. It is an earnings play. Yeah, it's an earnings play. We gap down on earnings. Some healthy price targets put on CVS now, guys. 143 from 130 by Jeffries. RBC at 115. Remember now the price is at 89 right now. And it looks like that OSH deal is it officially done? I read something this morning. It looked like it was officially done, but you never know. I don't see any specific news on this. The only thing I see are all these lawyers trying to get a class action suit together. So I don't see that it is officially done. I'm not seeing any headline news that it's officially done. Let me check something here because I could have sworn I read. Well, I've got here, it's official. CVS to acquire OSH for $10.6 billion. I do have some headline there. It's funny, I don't see anything else. I don't see that in my IB headlines. Give me one moment. Yeah, maybe briefing.com has discontinued that. Maybe I have to sign up again or something. Okay, so the market's still holding tough here, firm. We're going to have a nice gap up with the market. Yeah, Robinhood, I forgot to mention Robinhood. Yeah, Robinhood's an earnings play also. Should have mentioned this one. The next high looking left on that daily chart is 1124. So it's a little bit close to that. Then if we can get through 1124, then 1152. So a little gap up for Robinhood. Hood on earnings. Keep an eye on this Wilds, guys. I mean, it's holding. It hasn't given it up yet. I would have thought if it's going to give it up, I would have thought it would have given it up by now. So let's keep an eye and definitely keep an eye on the WLDS. Really say, got to make sure. Yeah. So the next high is 145 on the weekly chart. 145 on the weekly chart. So there is some room. Low float, 4.9 million in the float. Already traded 21 million. That's a little over 4 times, 4.3 or so. So this is obviously in play today. All right. Well, you talked about app, or you asked me about app, so it's putting on a little bit of a move here now out of that consolidation. A little bit of a move. When Wedbush, okay, Wedbush puts a $23 price target on it. So it's at 17 now. So a $23 price target put on a Wedbush. Next high looking left, let's take a look. Well, on the daily, you can't see anything. So let's take a look on the weekly chart. Looks like the next high is, I think I mentioned this, 1740 and then 1856. So yeah, it's got some room, and it's obviously maybe with that Wedbush price target plus earnings. And another one, $20 by Oppenheimer. So have some analysts piling into this one, which I probably would have seen if I'd had my upgrades and downgrades. Yeah, strange. Okay, guys, give me one moment. Yeah, I saw this one. I don't know if this is going to have any. I mean, look at this, 247 million in the float for ME, 23 and Me, coming into the 200-day moving average. So just have this feeling that it's not going to have a dynamic move now. Thank you, William. Yes, less than a minute for this market to open. So let's have another great trading day, everybody. And by the way, we do have a promo on for Valentine's Day. So I'll give you that promo code a little bit later. You want it 25% off. I will get rid of this and get set for this open. So typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Now, it'll be interesting to see what happens on my 10-day daily breakout. Today, especially if the market remains like this, with this nice big gap up. And we are now open in 2, 1. Here we go. Race is beginning. We had Sumo on the way up, and now we have it on the way down. SUMO. And we have our first halt of today, guys. TTGT. So this is a nice recovery. This is an earnings play. It gapped. Wow. I mean, this what a recovery. I mean, this had gapped down to $29 at 42.90 right now. Obviously, an overreaction to earnings. Is this an earnings play? Yeah, GT is another earnings play. Goodyear, guys. GT is another earnings play. Big float, 281, coming into the 200-day moving average. Well, again, that might stall it. There's the Wilds, guys. WLD, WLDS on the move here. Okay, I see you showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Now, the only issue I've got is a little bit close to 6. Well, not, it's getting, well, now it's getting further away as it's pulling back. This Wild is looking interesting, for an early trade. It's holding nicely. The next high in the weekly looked like about $1.45. I think I looked at that, $1.45. We have another halt, OBLG, another halt. Halt on the way down. OBLG halted on the way down. FLNC looks like it's having a rebound here, guys. No, I'm wrong. It's just an earnings play. It was up all the time. I thought it was yeah, it's an E gap up. So FLNC, big move now. Look at it, took out that high right there of 25.49. It's early though. It is early. You on the move. You on the move here. Not an earnings play. Yeah, look at AI. I mean, what did we get up to 28? I think in the pre-market. I think I got up to 28 in the pre-market. Yeah, look at that. And now just very difficult trader now, guys. Capri from yesterday. Capri from yesterday. The big crash yesterday on earnings. And now the high of yesterday was $53. Boy, if we can take that out. Now, again, for all the reasons it crashed on earnings, they're still present. But you know what traders are like, taking out that high of yesterday, may try to fill in this little gap a bit. WLDS, guys, boy, keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on WLDS. Holding that It actually popped up to 131. Lots of volume coming in. Look at the volume, 30 million, 4.9 in the float. So it's traded the float over 6 times now. All right, TTGT just resumed and popped up. It's amazing. What a lift off 29 to $44. Not a lot of volume though. 91,000 shares. That's not a lot of volume, obviously. Okay, apps is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. It's a little early though. Is MGM an earnings play? MGM, not an, yeah, it is an earnings play. MGM is an earnings play. So the casino, probably the other casinos are doing well too. You might want to take a look at LVS. Ooh, apps is really getting hammered here now, guys. The next low looking left on the weekly chart is way down here at 1067. You'd almost have to look at I don't see anything on the daily easily. Oh, look at Diebold. DBD is an earnings play. Now, probably, I mean, you would think it's coming into some kind of a support area around 230, looking at that daily chart, but it is an earnings play and maybe just crashes right through that. Hmm. Another one halted on the way up, guys. So this was, I don't know, again, I apologize. I never know if they're IPOs or SPACs or a symbol name change, but JXJT. I doubt if it was a SPAC. Maybe it was a symbol name change. Anyway, China stock just got halted. Low float, 6 million in the float. Whoa, this is well for more expensive. This is a an earnings play, guys. IFF and just took out $100. Big psychological number. Just took out $100. All right, I have a price alert for Wilds WLDS in I think around 121 or so to see if it gets that back. It has pulled back now, almost to the dollar mark. All right, let's take a look what the market is doing. So the market kind of flat right now. Nas is up, Dow is up, SPY is up. Let's see if this is a red candle, but not a big one yet on the SPY, that opening 15-minute. Ah, okay, I took my eye off this HPCO. Kaboom, this was the one instead of the Wilds. Shoot. It's an earning, not, I'm sorry, I keep saying it's an earnings play. So this got halted again. HPCO got halted again. I remember this one now. Sure. This is the one that got up to 41.80 on probably that one day. This is back in July of last year. Now, with the WLDS, just like what happened with the HPCO, I suppose out of nowhere, you could get, I mean, you can get a huge volume. I mean, there's volume here, but that's selling volume, as you can see on that 15-minute, excuse me, volume bar right there. That is selling volume, obviously. Yeah, BAX is getting weaker and weaker. BAX getting weaker and weaker here, guys. Not an all-time low, but I think we had to go back to 2015 before we found maybe what you could consider a support area. Maybe. Well, keep an eye on C-Day. C-Day is on the move. Is this an earnings play? C-Day? It is an earnings play. Yeah, C-Day is an earnings play also. You really see too much action in the pre-market, but C-Day is an earnings play. Is NUVA an earnings play? NUVA? No, it is not an earnings play. Had a big pop pre-market. Let's see why. It's about oh, I see. So this is some kind of a deal they've got with what, Globus? Globus Medical presence. Okay. So this is sort of a merger buyout. I don't know how to describe it, but well, right now it could be 225-ish, Jesse. 225. This is if it's a 5-minute halt, it will open in 10 seconds, less than 10 seconds, if it's a 5-minute halt. And it should open now. Okay, so it's going to be more than a 5-minute halt then? So if you're in this one, you're obviously hoping that you see a number bigger than 215. So far, so good, but it looks like it's going to be a 10-minute halt now. I was so concentrating on the wilds and I just took my eye off this HPCO. Didn't think much would happen with it. So AFRM, somebody asked me about AFRM. It's an earnings play, of course. Not of course, but it is an earnings play, AFRM. Excuse me. Yeah, not doing much really. Had a little pop up here, but came right back down. Bax is looking like it wants to take out 39. A little bit of a pop up here up to the 40s, but looks like it wants to take out 39 now. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the wilds, the WLDS. I think if it can get into the 120s again, it might have a run in it. Okay, I mentioned this one in the pre-market. Wow, look at DFLY, excuse me, DFLI. Didn't have very much volume in the pre-market, but this has just got halted. DFLI just got halted. Wow, back's underneath 39 now. BIX underneath 39. The Borg BWA earnings play. Let's see. Yeah, it's above. Boy, it's a nice looking, just a tremendous run over the last few weeks for BWA. Okay, HPCO opened. HPCO opened. So it was kind of a weird one. It wasn't a right on 5-minute halt. Mentioned if just a little while ago, guys, breaking 100. And look at this. Again, if you're into the more expensive ones, this is wow, big psychological break of 100. It's an earnings play, IFF, International Flavors and Fragrances. Yeah, okay, is this where are you out of? So yeah, Singapore stock, JCSC, another low float, just got halted on the way up. Underneath $1, 97 cents. This was, yeah, I remember this one. So Yari, that is, this is international brokers, Interactive Brokers, okay? This is from Interactive Brokers. So if I click on this one, Jay, so we can see there's the halt and there's the potential of where it's going to open. But this is Interactive Brokers, time and sales in Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Your broker, if you don't have Interactive Brokers, your broker should have something similar. The reason I don't display it all the time is that I would be inundated all day long is where do you get that in IB, in trade ideas? And you know, we don't, this is Interactive Brokers. Okay. ICU giving it up. ICU giving it up. Not shortable for me, unfortunately. I was looking maybe to short this one. So it all starts from the halts resumes. That's how we know when a stock is halted, and then when it resumes. Okay, and then when I click on it, click on the symbol, that's when I'm looking at my Interactive Brokers, that window here. And I can kind of gauge where it may open. Sorry, guys, I'm somewhat fixated on this WLDS. If we get some volume coming back in, I mean, look at that volume now, 38 million, 5 million in the float. It may amount to nothing now, though. I mean, that little pop here on that 930 candle, that's the one I thought would maybe sustain it. But right now it is, and if it gives up $1, a lot of people will lose interest. Are you kidding me? Credit Suisse, a $3 stock. Wow. Earnings play, such as they are. Wow. Look at Bax. Look how hard it is. Because, I mean, that looked really, look at this bottoming tail, got down to 38.46 and then a pop, but $1.30 pop up. So there's the DFLI just started to trade again. DFLI just started to trade again. And it looks like it's going to get halted again. Maybe not. If you have Interactive Broker, you probably know, yeah, this is going to get halted again right now, right now, right now, right now. And halted on the way down. There it is. Yeah, if you have Interactive Brokers, you know that you get that little pale blue dot beside the bid and the ask. And that usually signifies that it's going to get halted soon. Okay, HBCO, did it hold? Actually, that's pretty good. I mean, it pulled back right down to 193, but it is still strong. And what are traders looking at? They're looking at this. They're looking at what happened back in July of last year. Sorry, August, when it got up to 41.80. Okay, here's your resumption for JCSE. Did not break $1. If it can break $1, it might get running. But the problem is, when you look left on the daily chart, I see a lot of action right around, $1.05, $1.13. So it doesn't have a clean break in my opinion, until it hits some of these little resistance areas. Eiger, guys, EIGR. Haven't seen this one for a bit. Remember this huge drop down. Look at Eiger. So trying to maybe start to fill in this void here. 396 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Had a nice little run, little base, and now little move today. EIGR. And they put out some news. New England Journal of Medicine published data from its phase 3 study. All right, let's take a look at some of these races now. So HPCO won 4 races. And of course, it's a low float, 2.7 million in the float, 22 million have traded. So it is traded quite 8 times the float. And another halt. All right, DHT is an earnings play. DHT is an earnings play. Here's my issue with it. The next high looks fairly close. 1020, well, actually 1023, so it's above that. And the next high is 1054. That's on, and when you look at the weekly, 1042, 1064, to me, it just looks like there's too much resistance. Not that far away on that weekly chart. I mean, it may explode right through it, but it's preventing me from taking the trade, and it is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Oh, I thought about taking this RevB. How many shares? Yeah, a lot, not very many shares left now. Thought about taking this on the short, REVB, all-time low. Wow, HBCO exploded again, guys. It was a coin flip for me, HBCO or WLDS, and the coin landed on the wrong one. Hey, here's another earnings play, guys. Bluebird, BLBD. BLBD. This is a big break here. What's the look at the spread. I thought so, when I saw this move. 1872, 1894 now on the bid ask. I just have to leave it alone. Oh man, look at Rev B. This would have been this was the short boy underneath 4 down to 3 now. What a percentage move. Wait a second. Read it and weep. Look at that. HPCO 939 on the alert, $2. That was at $2. That was the alert. Now the rest of them did not do anything. Well, the DHT, I guess. DHT a little bit, 1025. Certainly not the ICU, 580, 581, and it dropped. I mean, it got up to 6. And then the HIMS, maybe later. Well, okay, maybe now, guys. HIMS 940 was the alert. At 9:49, it pulled back a little. And meanwhile, Rev B is going to zero. Wow. Yeah, bye-bye WLDS, no kidding. Well, I waited for it to get into the 120s. It didn't happen, so and that is why I put a price alert. And if I don't get my price, and I don't try to think, yeah, it'll get back up there. There's my price alert at 123. Boy, look at this one, guys. I mean, this has got so much potential, this EIGR. Where's the VWAP? 233, maybe for a bit of a pause, but it just doesn't. I mean, this is all traders are looking at, this massive gap. This Viru, if this breaks through 4, I may have to take this as a short. What did it get to in the pre-market? Got down to 350. This is an earnings play. Oof, another one. It looks like the kind of like the EIGR. EIGR is a little more dramatic, but look at that gap down. It has recovered somewhat. The next high looking left is 170, so it doesn't have quite the same amount of room that EIGR has, but you can kind of see that, 3 days ago, you tried to break out of here, got up to 125, sellers knocked it down underneath $1 again. More expensive one, guys, on the move, BRKR, another earnings play, BRKR. Boy, look at this on break on the daily and on the weekly. Where the next high is looking left. So the next high looking left is 83.69 for BRKR. That's on the weekly chart. Well, guys, I mentioned this IFF. For those of you who don't mind playing more expensive stocks, look at that break under 100 that I mentioned. Now it's at 95. I'm not in this, pointing out opportunities for those who don't mind playing more expensive stocks. But there's a $5, almost a $5 move so far underneath 100. If you are in this one, your next level would be 89.65 on the weekly chart. That could be a support area. And it continues to move down. It looks like it's going to give up 30.95 now, IFF. Thought about it, I know I don't, it's out of my range that I like to trade, but I really did think about it. That 100 is such a psychological number. Now look at it, underneath 95. I think somebody was in Sono, but they got bored, and now it's moving, I think. SONO is moving. Yeah, another one. Look at the 2328 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Wow, boy, this is just accelerating now on the way down, this IFF. What was in the pre-market? It was at 106, so there's a $12 drop. Okay, let's take a look at DHT. That came in the all right, guys, keep an eye on ATEC. The VWAP is 1389, so it's above the VWAP now, showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. And Sono also on the 10-day daily breakout. DHT, of course, was on the 10-day daily breakout at 1025. So actually, it's starting to work. It's starting to get some nice ones. I took the HIMS, guys. I'm in at 944. Okay. I decided to take this one, the HIMS. Wow, no, Iger is showing up here also. EIGR showing up in the 10-day daily breakout. I think that we can start to kiss these AI plays goodbye, okay? I mean, AI itself, okay, is really starting to fade off that high of 30. And this one, I know the news was about 900,000, but they talked about how it would be used to something to do with AI also, though. So I think that these AI plays right now are, yeah, so manufacturing process of its AI-based neural input. We had a good 2-week run at them. Doesn't mean they're over forever, but thoughts on GSUN? Well, I mean, the high yesterday was what, 340. So, I mean, there is some room. I'm always, now, the only thing I'd be looking at though is on this 15-minute chart, you've got a couple of big topping tails. So, the buyers tried to move it up. Sellers have been knocking it down twice. Who's going to give up? The buyer's going to give up, saying, okay, you guys can have it for a while, or the seller's going to give up. So, right now, we don't know. Though the topping tails are sort of the clue right now that I see is that the buyers could be giving up unless it takes out three really quickly again. Wow. Meanwhile, IFF just continues to move down. How many shorts were there? Oh, there's tons of shorts. 7 million at Interactive Brokers. So there must be widespread shorting of this one. Lots of brokers will have this available. And this definitely would have made my 10-day daily breakdown if I was looking at stocks, in this price range. So the market is just kind of resting. Market's not really doing too much after the nice gap up. I did see CCJ in the pre-market. I don't know if it's an earnings play, uranium play, of course. I don't know if it was an earnings play. Yeah, it's an earnings play, February 9th. So at earnings pre-market. Okay, guys, there goes the Eiger. Boy, look at it. I mean, that's all traders are. I know I keep repeating myself, but that's what traders are looking at. 384, 396 is the high looking left. All right, Hims is making just a little bit of We'll pull back now. Yeah, I think the next high on the weekly chart is 983. So a little bit of room. Yeah, it looks like 983 is the next high on the weekly chart for Hims. So that would be the area of potential concern. All right, guys. Just here's another one coming in here. VLD, not an earnings play. VLD. It looks like there's a ton of resistance right around 390 to 4 for VLD. Boy, the market is just flattening right out. Not too much action in the market, overall market. All right, guys. Yeah, things have slowed down a little bit. So I'm going to start looking at some of these ones that won races. You know, HBCO is still pretty strong, and there's the VWAP 257. You know, if it pulls back to the VWAP and the VWAP holds, this could give another leg up. And stick an alert right around $3 and see if it pulls back to 3. Well, let's take a look at the sectors again, okay? Now we'll look at it change from the open, see how much that has changed. Remember, every sector was very, very, very positive. And now we'll have a different look when we look at the change from the open. So look what's happened. So for instance, if you were in an energy play, thinking, okay, when we looked at this pre-market, I think it was 88% of the energy stocks that make up XLE were above yesterday's close. Look what's happened though. Since the market opened, excuse me, 85% of them are below the opening print, the opening price, the opening trade. Retail is still strong. 90% are above the opening price. All right, guys, that knocked me out of HIMS for a minor gain. I just don't like the way it's trading. Minor gain on it. Not seeing a lot of follow through. So let's take a look. Remember communications. Remember it was about 90%, so 71% are down from the open. But this is the big one. I mean, this is a big turnaround in energy. Yeah, for me, we're definitely in a market that you've got to be quick to take some profit. I just don't see a lot of follow through. This has been like this for the last couple of days anyway, maybe 3 days. Last week was very different, in my opinion. I see Hims is back up, but I just don't like the way it was trading. Wow, IFF just continues to move down. Tomorrow I'll take one like that. GMed also. GMed, is that an earnings play? GMed? It is not. Okay, so I think these are the guys who are, who is it? Globus and who? Globus and Nuva and NUVA. Okay, so Globus and Nuva into a definitive agreement to combine in an all-stock transaction. So GMed, existing shareholders not loving it. Look at this, right on the 200 days, $65 is the 200-day moving average, sitting right on it. So if you think that that's going to hold it, this could give us a bit of a bounce. But if it takes it out, I mean, that's sort of the last, Hims. Oh, well. So here's one, API, China stock, coming right into that 200-day moving average. It is shortable for me. The low yesterday was 421. Now Sound, SOUN, has had a nice rebound. It was in cratering a little bit in the pre-market. Opened down here, 428. Big bounce. So this is an AI play. So the only thing, I mean, you're right. I mean, NLY could bounce at some point, but it is an earnings play. So I mean, there is that. There is a reason. A lot of the like, I know you're looking at Zacks bouncers. Um, if there's no reason for a stock to be moving down other than the general market, then I think those are better. But when there is a reason, bad news, and obviously bad news, well, bad. I mean, it was actually up in the pre-market. So this is sort of mixed. It's only down 3%. So it's not like it's a complete meltdown. Carvana guys, CVNA. This is an interesting one underneath 14, giving it up. Okay, guys. I mean, the next low looking left is 1264. That's a green bar ignored. You have a trend down. You have a green bar ignored. Oh, I mean, that green bar is not quite totally engulfed by that red candle on the 15-minute chart. Hmm. Okay, I'm just seeing your questions now. Okay, guys. Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about excuse me, about my homepage then. Question is, can I send the car racing, well, it's not car racing, but the racing? Let me just put my homepage link in. I'll show you how you can get it. Right. Go. Okay, got to pay attention to Carvana here, guys. So just quickly, if you click on my homepage link, Ronan, if you click on my homepage link, scroll down until you see the scan section. Okay, here are my scans right there. And here are the two races, okay? I'll go over that in a little more detail, but just to get you started. Shoot. Okay, I scalped some of the CVNA, guys. That's why I was distracted a little bit here. I scalped it. You always have to be careful because it is a meme stock. Well, maybe not a meme stock, but it's a high short flow percent. You never know when they might get involved in it again. So I didn't go into it with the scalping it in mind, but 1271 certainly is the next low looking left. So I had a lot of room, but I'm also aware of what could happen. So and trying to explain things and being in a trade at the same time. So I decided the prudent thing to do would be to take some profit. All right. I also want to put in the promo code that you can use. Okay. You get 25% off as I go over my homepage. Okay, Ronan, did you get that? Understand how to get those races? All right. So if you click on my homepage link, let's go right to the top here. This is what you're going to see. So this has not been changed yet. I've asked the guy who looks after my homepage to make this change. So obviously do not use Barry 15, use VDAY, VDAY, VDAY 25, and you'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year, okay? And if you do take out a subscription, please do the get started first. It'll run you through the download and install, first startup and login, etc. Okay. I'll just go over quickly how much Trade Ideas costs. Okay, Carvana. Yeah, this is a little sell off now in the market, so short should start to work a little bit. So get Trade Ideas. Click on that, and again, use the other code VDAY25 to get 25% off. So we have 4 plans: annual for premium and standard. That's 2,000 for the annual premium, less the 25%, and the standard 1,000 less the 25%. You don't have to go on an annual basis. You can go monthly if you want. 118, 228, less the 25% for the first month only. Now, if you do take out a monthly subscription and then within 30 days you decide you wouldn't mind having an annual, we'll honor the 25% discount. So it gives you an opportunity to try us out and get the 25%. And then, I mean, but you don't have to ever take out an annual. But just if you're thinking, I'd like to take out the annual, but I wouldn't mind trying it for at least a month. Well, that's a good opportunity to do this. Trading 101. So if you're a new trader, if you're brand new to trading, this is a great free resource for you. Bunch of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. So this is not a third party. Okay. I really recommend you take a look at those videos. I do a stock of the day video. That's free, of course. You can sign up for it right there. Trade of the week, another free service. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. All the education, big education section is right here. What I've tried to do in this education section is take most of the things from our webpage, our homepage, and put them here so you don't have to go to the homepage. Everything is kind of one click. Here's our user guide. There's that getting started again. You should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about the races, okay? You know, other things in the user guide, of course, but nail those down first. There's that getting started. Daily support. So today is Thursday. So today should be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room. I take a break between 12 and 1, and then one of the other traders does take over. And today's Thursday. So again, it should be Steve Gomez. He's the one who originates the trades of the week. So before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in our Pro Room and Discord, so you can head over and listen to Steve if you want between 12 and 1. And there's the free trading room, educational videos, more educational videos about trade ideas. And here are my scans. Here are the scan section. Here are the ones that I'm sharing. Somebody asked me about my races. Biggest gainers from the open, large cap gainers from the open, the two races that you see. This is what I use in the pre-market. It catches everything, guys. Pre-market act is up and down. I almost guarantee you'll never miss anything that is moving. Okay, 99.999% of the time. The reason I say it like that is we get people saying, how come I missed this one in the pre-market? Well, I don't know what your filters are, but all I can tell you is that I rarely miss anything by using these two. These are top lists, okay? You can create races out of them if you wanted to. And there's the 10-day daily breakdowns on the upside and the downside that I refer to quite a bit. And here's a momentum scanner. Here's the halt resumes that you hear me talk about. So, these are the ones I'm sharing right now. So if you do take out a subscription, remember, use the other code, VDAY25 to get 25% off. If you do decide to take out a subscription, I appreciate it if you use my homepage link. Use that code. This is a free room. The room will get credit. I'll get credit also for the subscription. Also, though, if you save my homepage link, you can take a look at my scans and the education section anytime you want. Yeah, races and compare count, all the scans that I've got are part of the standard service. Now, the only thing is that you must be using the downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, races are not available, okay? Just so you know. Coming, but not yet. Wow, SLQT, I know this has popped quite a bit. Yeah, I saw this one down to 170. Okay, so in general, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. And there's a difference between a scanner and a screener. Many screeners out there, and I'll explain what that difference is, but we are a scanner. So I showed the scans that I'm sharing. We also have a lot of other scans that we've created that you can use. So if you click on new and then dock channel bar, and then these are all theme-based channels. So if I click on the momentum channel as an example, so the concept I'm trying to show you here is that all of these channels, again, they're theme-based, and they all have some scans in them. And so you can take a look at a scan and you can say, yeah, I wouldn't mind having that as part of my layout. Okay, so just to show you how these scans are created. So this is a scan, an alert window. We call it momentum. And there's SLQT. You can see exactly what happened. Here's edible after they did their financing and all. But this is what this scan is looking for. If you right click and click on configure and then summary. So this is going to tell you what the scan is looking for. So this is the screening aspect of trade ideas. I see a lot of screeners out there. So if a stock is between $1 and $50 and the current volume is 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day, volume is 100,000 shares. This is what gets it going. You know, the volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. So if all these filter values are met, the screening aspect, if all these values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's what the scanning does, real-time alerts. So if you like this scan, now this is one I'm sharing. It's called Momo. Okay, I am sharing this one, but you know, again, the concept is that you're going through the different channels, and if you right click and go to the go to the configure and summary, and you like what it's looking for, then you can save it. So what you want to do is first you want to take it out of the layout. You have to take it out of the layout. All of this is in the guide, by the way. I'm not trying to show you everything about trade ideas, just kind of giving you a general overview. But you would right click and you duplicate it into a free floating window. Basically, that takes it out of the layout. And now here it is, free floating. So if you like this scan exactly the way we created it with all the filter values and those filters, then you would right click and save or share to cloud and save it. Now it's in your cloud. Or if you wanted to make a change, right click, configure, summary, and you look at this and go, I like the concept, but I like a different price range. You know, you just click on that icon, let's change it to 10 and 100. Summary now, you see how now it is 10 and 100. Then you can say okay, and then you can save it to the cloud. So obviously, if you like it the way we've created it, you save it to the cloud right off the bat, or you can make some changes and then save it to the cloud. And then the idea then is that if you save these to the cloud, then you file load from cloud, and you will see them. You just highlight it, load it, file load from cloud, highlight, load. There, then that's a way in which you can create your own layout made up of scans that we have created for you. I do caution you though, don't go crazy on the number of alert windows and top list windows and make them part of your layout. Okay, you'll have too many alerts coming at you all day long, and you'll get nothing done. Almost said a bad word. This is one I was intensely looking at, SLQT, when it was in the 170s. Now, if you want to build your own scan, of course you can. So this time I'm going to right click, click on configure, and instead of summary, I'm going to click on search. So here, when you see these icons, these are all the real-time alert icons, all the real-time alerts that we've got, okay? Lots and lots of them. If I scroll down, when you see these icons, these are the filters that we have. So do not get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. I have only used a handful of them over my 12 years of having this program, 13 years, I guess now. But the reason why we have so many is that when the company started 20 odd years ago, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So they had to create enough alerts and filters. So for the majority of customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So do not get hung up on how many we have. And a lot of people, brand new, and they say, oh my gosh, how am I going to learn this program? It's way too hard. I can't learn all those. Well, you don't have to. Give me a moment. So as an example with this SLQT, there was the alert at 10:40, and I don't have the seconds, okay, but every time it made a new high, there's ATEC as an example, just made a new high, okay? Now that what you're seeing here, this is the pre-market, okay? So that's why you're not seeing, that's why you might say, well, wait a minute, that's not a new high, but it doesn't take into account the pre-market. But these are all real-time alerts. That's the scanning aspect of it. So those are top lists, Yari, okay? Top lists are updating every 30 seconds, but the alert scanner is a real-time alert. So if it's a T window, yes, but if it's an alert window, an A window, those are real-time alerts. There's no lag. Now, here are the two races. Now, the races to me are a great hybrid between alert windows and top list windows, okay? And what's the beautiful thing about the races is that it automatically creates a top 10 list for you to watch all day long. You don't have to do anything. Now, these are two races that I'm sharing. Of course, you can create your own race. And how would you do that? Well, all races start from a top list window. So if I right click, I can on this race, I can show you the top list window that this race is based on. So before, and to sort of answer your question, Yari, before we had the races, a top list window was used to find stocks that say if you wanted to see the stocks that were up the most for the day or up the most from the open, as long as you have the header as a filter, you can see right there it says change from the open. So if I double left click rapidly, I can see that HPCO is up 130% from the open. SLQT now is 47%, etc., all the way down. Okay. Why are these stocks making it in? Because my filters, and again, this is why you can customize your own. I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 50, 200,000 share minimum traded, and up 2% from yesterday's close. So if stocks make, so I will see all the stocks that meet those requirements, and then I can rank them, and I'll see the ones that are, if I want, the ones that are up the most from the open. So it's nice to see, but how would I use it to trade? And that is where the races start or come in. For instance, I mean, what if MMBLY down here at 5.2% from the open? What if all of a sudden it started to run? Now it's 10% from the open, 15% from the open. I could never see that. And that's where the races come in. So I run 4-minute races. And again, this is all customizable. And if you go to our guide and go to the racing, so go to the guide. Well, actually, if you go to my homepage, click on the education section, and then go to the guide, you will see all about TI stock racing. So this race is a 4-minute race. And since the race started, this stock has moved the most, meeting all those other filter requirements. SLQT has moved 8% since the race started. And of course, when the race starts, all stocks start off, there's a starting line. So it doesn't matter if one stock is way, like, the HPCO is up, 40% or 140% for the day, but it may not be moving anymore. They may not be interesting anymore. Some other stock out of nowhere could be really starting to move. The race will pick that up. And when the race is over, like right now, there's a winner. And SLQT won the last race. You can see it right there, just sliding in. And what happens is, automatically created for you is a top 10 list, watch list, of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So for instance, right now, HPCO is the leader. It's won 8 races, Mark 3, SLQT 3, etc. So how would you use this though? Well, you can take a look at HPCO. You can just click on any one of them and you can take a look. Well, what's it doing? Well, what if this was holding 3 as an example? HPCO maybe was holding 3. There's the VWAP at 268. Maybe if it gets down to the VWAP, maybe you want to put a price alert there, or maybe you put a price alert at 3 to see what it's doing. Maybe you put a price alert a little bit above 3. It seems like it's holding 3. You might be interested if it gets up to 311. So, or 317. So I'll put a price alert. Because if it gets back up there, maybe it has another run in it. And that's the idea. You can go through all of them and try to take a look. How's it trading? This pulled back to the VWAP 197. Okay, it pulled back to the VWAP, and maybe that VWAP will hold, and maybe it'll start to move again. So this gives you just 10. Eventually, there will be 10 winners, or a top 10 list created. There's a top 10 list created over here already. And the difference between these two races, and if I were new, I'd probably maybe concentrate on this one a little bit more than this one. This is a great one, but is very volatile. You won't see stocks moving typically 14% in this one. Okay, there's HPCO. There it goes again. Now, by the way, you don't have to wait for a race to be over before you click on to click on the symbol. So here we go, HPCO. If you see a stock starting to move up, click on it. See what's happening. You don't have to wait for the race to be over or even for it to be right at the top. Click on it. See what is happening. So you can see how, I like to refer to this as sort of a hybrid between you have a top list that's going to only show you stocks that you want to see based on your filter requirements. And then as they're moving, you'll see them. So it's a different way of presenting the data. This race here, the difference is because I have put a 500 million minimum market cap and a minimum of 50 million in the float. So that is why you will typically not see huge percentage moves. Doesn't mean they're not good to watch. Here's the app. See, and this is not all necessarily all stocks making new highs for the day, of course. If you're looking for pullback plays, well, look at app. It's pulled back. There's the VWAP, 1673. So it is still a little bit below the VWAP. But why is it showing up here as a 0.76%? Because of this candle. It is starting to move. So a stock doesn't have to be making a new high for the day for you to see it. In a race, it could have pulled back and then it could be starting to move. So I know that's a lot to absorb, but again, if you click on my homepage link, you go to the education section, and come on, and then click on the user guide. Then scroll over here, you see TI stock races. So it's all explained here. We have 4 videos, and these are all clickable: race startup, race configuration, etc. Okay, it's all here. I don't expect anybody to remember, when I'm talking about all this, and maybe people are madly jotting it down, but you don't have to. It's all in the guide. And of course, you can create your own race. As I said before, all races start from a top list window. So you can create your own top list window with your filter values and all of that, and then you right click and launch it. You can also create a race based on stocks that you want to follow. Maybe you have a basket of stocks, 20 to 30 stocks that you'd like to follow, and you want to run a race on those. You can do that. And then my other huge recommendation, assuming you have our downloadable application, is to use our simulator to practice trading. Okay. I've been talking about, well, if the stock's pulling back to the VWAP or maybe to a moving average or, looking, well, you might just want to practice that. And so you can use our simulator. All you need is our standard service. You have to be using our downloadable application. This is not available on the web, the web-based version. And pretty simple to use. You would just click on New from our toolbar and then click on Brokerage Plus. This is the window that shows up. This what we call Brokerage Plus. I'll put a little link that explains a little more detail about Brokerage Plus. Okay, so I put a link in called Brokerage Plus. You'll see there are two videos. There's a short video that shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? But if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use this. But this is just an sort of a feature that if you wanted to trade from within Trade Ideas and you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you could use this window to trade from within. How I like to demonstrate its use though is as a simulator. The second video in that link I put in goes into a lot more detail about how you can use the window. And as a simulator, if you load the Brokerage Plus window, it should say not connected. And then you just click on sim and that'll change to account. And then click on account and change to simulated trading. Now, while you're seeing this AI here, this is something I took, I don't know, a week and a half ago. I just left it in here. This is in the simulator. And really, I was just demonstrating how you can use this to swing trade, practice swing trading. And if you take a trade right now and you don't get out of it at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade. You can practice swing trading. Jason, I don't know, but what you might want to do is just go to support. One of the other traders may have something. Okay. I don't have anything specifically designed for that. Okay. But if you go to, and in an hour, Steve Gomez will be in our YouTube room and he might have something. I know he's got, he is a big pullback trader. Okay. He doesn't like to take things that are necessarily at the high of the day and moving. So he's got one, he likes that 10 SMA. He's got one scan that's called the jam down to the 10 SMA. Maybe he's created a race on it. I don't know. Prison stock, guys, prison stock on the move here. CXW. It's an earnings play through the 200-day moving average, which was 1098. So how much room does this have? See, right now, to me, it doesn't have enough room. I mean, looking left, 1133 is the next high. And then 1160. I mean, if that 1133 weren't there and the next high was up around 1160, that wouldn't be too bad. But to me, it could stall at that next high looking left at 1133. I still have a little bit of that Carvana left. Not much. And again, the next low looking left is down here. Okay, it's 12 something, right? 1210? Yeah, 1210. So it still has a little bit of room. Ah, a lot of room. What am I saying? A little bit of room. No, wait a minute. That can't be right. 1277. Yeah, 1270. I didn't think it was 1210. 1277 is the next low looking left. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. And as always, this room is like this. If you're new to this, first of all, welcome. If you're new to this, the room is open at 8 o'clock in the morning. I run till about 3:20, all times Eastern, of course. And you can ask me questions, and then we do have between 12 and 1, one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And we have 5 traders, 5 days of the week. So you have different takes. I'm definitely the more active of all the traders, just because of what I do. Yeah, Yari, exactly. And that's the beautiful thing. We link with a lot of brokers and, well, I shouldn't say obviously, but we link with Interactive Brokers very, very well. I use Interactive Brokers. That is I'm in Canada. And one of the nice things about Interactive Brokers, it's available in so many countries around the world. But yes, very simple to do. So to answer your question, yes. So when I click on GSUN as an example, it loads into my order entry into Interactive Brokers. Okay. And this is just a matter of tools, external linking, and you follow. The only thing you have to do with Interactive Brokers is if I click on the edit link, you you have to use this rule, Interactive Brokers Live. Okay. This is a drop down. So you use that Interactive Brokers Live. I want to cancel out of it, but you just basically follow the rules when you add a link, and just literally put it into the order entry, put your pointer into the order entry. So mouse over the target and then hold down the shift key, and then that'll select the order entry. And so the symbol will show up there, and then just have to do that rule, that one rule, okay? And it links beautifully. When I say that, there is never, and I have not lost a linking in, I'm not saying ever, but so rarely. For instance, we do link with Thinkorswim, but it's a little more involved. You got to, do a few more steps, I guess. But we do link with Thinkorswim. I thought that was only if you're using Brokerage Plus, Jason. I don't recall ever having to do anything like that. If I just want simple linking, I don't think you have to go through that API. I think that is, I think, I may be wrong, but I don't think you have to do that. Yeah, thank you, Pepe. I didn't think so because it's been so long since I established a link way, way, way back, years. I mean, it's almost, well, 7 years now. So you only have to go through that API process if you wanted to actually use Brokerage Plus to and IB to trade, or I guess if you wanted to use IB's paper trading. But I would recommend just use our. It's so much. It's so easy to do. Use our paper trader. It's real time. Boy, how ugly is GMed? This is again, they're merging with Nuva. Okay, so if you're going to use, yeah, if you're going to use IB's paper trader, yeah. My recommendation, of course, but you might have a specific reason why you're doing it. My recommendation, if you're just starting out and you want to practice trading, it's very simple to use our simulator. It uses our real-time data. Okay, you don't even need a broker. And I say it like that because you might be undecided about who your broker is going to be. And but you should practice trading anyway before you commit money to the market. All right, we're getting a little bit of a leg down now in the market, a little bit of a leg down. So let's just say for fun, take a short of this one. 100 shares. Did I do it wrong? Interesting. I'm not seeing it in my orders. Didn't fill. Okay, so something went wrong there. Give me a moment here. There we go. I think what happened is I clicked on a price. Okay, so you can see right here, I'm in the short of in the simulator. Okay, I'm in the short of GMed, just to show you how you can do it. That's a short. Obviously, you just click the sell button and then click the send. Well, just looking at the AI, I had one really nice short, AZTA guys, AZTA. I guess a couple, three of them actually. And you had two alerts for AZTA. Why, if you're wondering why, well, two different strategies triggering at different times, but to short AZTA, and that's an earnings play, right? Yeah, it's an earnings play. Ooh, this is an interesting one right here too. I mean, this is really starting to fade here. TGT, this is spread like, yeah, it's a bit of a 70.96, 43.70, 43.96. I'm liking this though as a potential short guys because it's underneath the VWAP, 43.70. I'm sorry, it is not under the VWAP. So what's happening here is that my VWAP is also looking at pre-market, I guess. So that's why that line right there looks like it's underneath the VWAP, but there's the VWAP 43.70. I tell you, if this takes out 43.70, I'm going to put an alert at 43.64 and see if it takes that out. This is also an AI alert from a lot higher, 45.75. I'm out of Carvana now, guys. CVNA, totally out of it. Time is it right now? 11:09. So yeah, and in less than an hour, Steve will take over for me. Boy, this SLQT. So we can see GMED making its way down here. Now, if I want to get out of this trade, I just flatten it. Okay, these are very, very simple hotkeys. So I want to get out of a trade, I just highlight the trade, I flatten it, or I could get out of half my position, or I could double my position. The only issue I've got with TTGT is really the spread. Now, it's not terrible for a $43 stock, but yeah, it can be a little concerning. 43.70 is this what I'm talking about. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, there's the bid ask 43.77, 43.95. So, you know, that spread 43.80. So it's tightening a little bit. Now, that won't matter if it drops $2 or $3, of course, but we don't know that's going to happen. The alerts are based on the last, like the print, okay, whatever that is. Whatever the last price is, okay, that's what the alerts are based on. So if I create something like a new high alert, new high of the day alert, when it makes a new high, that I'll get the real-time alert as an example. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have got out of CVNA. So look at GMED. And I've got to look at that move now for TTGT. It went too fast for me. You took out that 43.70 like nothing, and now it's sitting at 43.14, 43.26. That was an amazing drop, guys. I mean, that just absolutely tore underneath that VWAP. So even though the market is up right now, seems to be way more shorting opportunities than long opportunities. If you've never shorted before, you can always practice, in the simulator, understand what a short is. I mean, I'll just think about in a very simplistic way, when you buy a stock, you hope the price goes up. I mean, it's that simple, right? Sell it higher, make some money. When you short a stock, you hope the price goes down. I mean, we're making it very, very simple. Hmm. I haven't looked at the other memers today. How's Ape doing? Is it underneath 3? Yeah, barely. And how about GME, the big one? Ooh, this is starting to really give it up. A few days ago, this was almost $25, so now 21. Memers fleeing. And how's AMC doing? Yeah, same thing. This was up 740 4 days ago, 569 now. Now, a couple of the columns that I like to have here in the simulator, and also, of course, if you're going to use this to trade your account, is your max P&L and the distance from the exit price. Okay. So what this is telling me, the max P&L is telling me that if I had got out right at the very low when I was still in this trade, I would have been up $56. No, not a big deal. Right now I'm up $41. Okay, this is in the simulator. Not a huge difference. Okay, not a huge difference. What you would not want to see though, say the max P&L at one point had been $500. This had really cratered. GM, can remember this is a short, and the max P&L was say $500, and then you allow this to come all the way back. So now you're only up 50. Obviously, you would have to do a better job at managing your trade. So this to me is a really good one to have. And also then the distance from the exit price. When you get out of a trade, then it's going to tell you, well, where is it in relation to where you got out? So if you went long a stock, you bought it, the hope it went up, and then you got out, you would want that distance from the exit price to start to turn into a nice big negative number. In other words, I got out at 10 and now it's at 9. You go, yay, I got out in time. It's $1 underneath where I got out, as opposed to I get out at 10 and now it's at 11. Now, we're never trying to say that you're ever going to get out right at the top, but I think this is a good idea to have those two columns. Meanwhile, Sono is just, yeah, really lifting here. And then, again, if you were in this one, I think I pointed this out, 24.56 is the next high looking left. So this is a great earnings play for Sono. And to keep over 21. Okay, guys. HRTX, what is it doing? I think this is an earnings play also, guys. Purple, PRPL. I think it's an earnings play. I'm wrong. Not an earnings play. They did a financing. They did a financing at 450 a share. So it's a little bit above the financing price. Well, listen, I don't give an investment advice, okay? But I mean, the longer, maybe if it pulled back a little bit to 21 and then held and then popped from there, that could be, something you might want to consider. Right now, you're kind of chasing it, but it's strong. I mean, it's an earnings play. It's strong and it's got the room still when you look left on the weekly chart. So we could keep running from here without pulling back. But I can never, tell you, oh yeah, just take it right here. I'm not an investment advisor. I cannot tell people to do things like that. But if I were watching this, maybe if it just, rested here even for a bit. If you look at it on a 5-minute chart, just sort of maybe pull back just a little bit. No, I don't, a lot of people are in this right now, so I'm not, want it to pull back. Just, they don't want it to pull back. They want it to keep going. But you can kind of see what's happening. Problem is that, what you're looking at maybe pulling back to a whole number, which can be psychological. It's not pulling back to any, like here's the VWAP, that's way underneath. So it's not pulling back to that. That's the 10 SMA. So it's not pulling back to that. I mean, it's too far away is what I'm saying. But right now it's kind of resting. Oh, I'm talking about day trading though. I am talking about for day trading. Right now it is kind of resting. Okay, guys. Okay, so I purposely left this in here. So see what happened with the GMAT. So at one point, again, not up a huge amount, but if I'd had more shares, I only took 100 shares here in the simulator. let's say I'd taken 300 shares, I would have been up $150, okay? And then I would be down, allowing, so I would not have allowed that to happen. At the very least, I would have taken it probably half or something as it was approaching, getting back up to where I shorted it. I have an existing floating layout I have created, but I would like to add the sector status from the toolbar to my current layout. Not sure how to do it. So, okay, so what you're saying is you don't have anything docked, I'm assuming. Everything is floating, all your windows are floating around. Is that correct? So when you say yes, okay, so everything is floating around. Well, I mean, why wouldn't you could just do this. When you say add it to your layout, why not just do this? Because if I had a bunch of I mean, the beautiful thing, well, the nice thing about docking, so if you click on new and then docked channel bar, and you want the sector status, so click on the show more. Okay, so here it is. Now you don't have to add, now it's basically added to your layout. You don't have to do anything. Your layout still remains underneath. Okay, and you can put this anywhere you want. Okay, yeah, you're probably thinking in the old days where we didn't have the docking. If you clicked on anything from the channel, your layout would disappear. So that's one of the nice things about the docking is that when you click on in the dock channel bar, you can have a layout like this as well as your own layout still. Yeah, so that's gone by the wayside. And of course, what I would probably do is shrink it down. I mean, it depends on if you have how many monitors you've got. If you want it to just dominate one monitor, fine. But yeah, you're not allowed to talk about TTGT now, Chad. Oh man, that was a great short. I mean, the spread is still a little bit tough right now, 42.52, 42.84. That's okay. There's always another one that can show up. The two that I missed that the SLQT really wanted that one and just I don't know, can't remember what happened. I was watching it right in this area here, right around this 188 mark. All right, guys. Well, Sober, nice day for Sober, taking all of these topping tails on the daily chart out. And on the weekly, 227, so it's above that. So now your next high is 336 for SOBR. Okay, so there was your Sono. Okay, Sono. Move back to, whoops, back to the whole number, just a little bit below it. Okay, just a little bit below it, and then it popped up. So that could have been, an area which you might want to take it. Could have taken it. Just and always have a stop, of course. Always have a stop. Where if it doesn't work, the price you're going to get out, and that's why you've got to practice trading. I wish I'd had shorts for Bed Bath and Beyond. Just didn't have them again at IV. They just won't let me short it. All right, let's do a little money management right here. HPCO, okay? It looks like it's trying to hold three. Let's say if I wanted to take this trade, I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to tell you why I'm taking 500 shares. And the bid ask, it's only a penny, so I can go in at the market. Okay, this is a trade right now in the simulator at 309. Okay, 309. I'm going to put a stop. I haven't gone over this in a while, so I don't mind doing it today. 289, I'm putting my stop at 289, and I'll explain why. Because once I click that add, you're going to see a red line on the chart that's going to be approximately, say, minus 100. So minus 102, okay? So before I take a trade, I have a checklist that unless I can check every box, I'm not going to take the trade. Now, again, people say, well, what's your checklist? It doesn't really matter what my checklist is. You have to develop your own style of trading. But, I can say this is that, most of the things in my checklist are already covered in the scans that I create. In other words, I'm never going to see something outside of a price range that I want to trade. It doesn't have a minimum volume that I like, maybe a relative volume that I like, things like that. Okay. So most of the things are already checked. And so when I get an alert, and that's all they are, we're called trade ideas for a reason. We're not called trade everything when you get an alert. We're called trade ideas. So when I click on an alert, the next thing I do, I check left on a daily chart and a weekly chart. How much room does it have before it hits that next high? So if I see something, if I got into a stock at $3, $4, and I look left and the next high is at 405, I'm not taking the trade, as an example. So I'm sizing this up pretty quickly. I also wouldn't take the trade if when I get the alert and it's 10, 15-minute candles in a row up, obviously to extend it, I'm not going to take the trade. If it's something that I feel might be kind of following the market, and I see the market is just, all of a sudden a big giant red bar, I probably won't take the trade if I'm going long. So, these are all the things that go through my head when I get an alert and I'm checking. But let's say I take the trade. Everything looks good, so I take the trade. Just because I think the trade should work doesn't mean it's going to work. So I will have a place where I'm going to get out of the stock. Actually, that wasn't bad right here at 289, the lows of these candles on the 15. That's probably, if I'd taken this trade for real, that probably is where I would put my stop anyway. Where I put my stop is I will size up no on a 5-minute chart or a 15-minute chart where I think there is support area. A support area meaning a lot of action at a certain price. And so if it went down through that price, I want to be out of the trade. Okay. And so that share size is me. Now again, I did all this to make the math super simple. I took 500 shares on purpose, and I'll explain why. Because the next aspect of getting into the trade is, okay, if it doesn't work, how much am I actually willing to lose on the trade? Hopefully it makes sense that if you've got a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I like demonstrating risking approximately $100 a trade. So why did I take 500 shares? So again, remember, I know where my stop is before I get into a trade. So I got into this trade at 309. I put the stop at 289 on purpose. That's 20 cents away. Again, just to make the math easy. Because if I divide 20 cents into, just give me one moment, please. If I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. Conversely, if I get stopped out for a 20-cent loss and I have 500 shares, 500 times 20 cents equals $100. That's how that works. So I don't take the same number of shares every trade. What I do is the number of shares that I take will be determined by my entry price minus my stop price, whatever that number is. So it could have been 15 cents, it could be 30 cents, it could be 40 cents, depending on what I'm trading. The other thing that I do when I trade is I do not vary how much I'm risking per trade. In other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 100 the next. I try to keep it about the same every single trade. So until you can make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade live. Now, unfortunately, just if you can make money in a simulator doesn't mean it necessarily translates to making money when you finally do start trading live. The problem is that, in a simulator, you know, I get stopped out. Okay, I lose 100, but it's play money, right? It's not real money. All of a sudden, when you start trading, everything that you learn, maybe you've practiced for 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, a year in a simulator, and you're finally getting comfortable. And I know that's not what people want to hear. You want to take trade ideas, you want to start trading right away. Don't do it. I'm sorry, just don't do it. Practice trading first. And I don't know how long it's going to take you. It could be 1 month, it could be 3 months, it could be a year, but you've got to get comfortable. Because now, and here we go. Here's the HIPCO, whatever it's called actually, HIPCO. Now, if I want to take out half, I could just take out half, or I could double my position if I got really excited about it. So what I was trying to get at though, wow, look at this thing move now. What I was trying to get at though is that when you start trading live, sometimes it's really difficult to obey your stop. You get into a trade and it's exciting, especially when you're starting out. But even if you are a so-called seasoned veteran, sometimes, disobeying your stop is going to happen. I guarantee it's going to happen. And the reason you disobey your stop is because you start second guessing where you put your stop. Now, I should have mentioned one thing. If I were now, look at this. Look at this. Now, I wanted this. I kind of wanted this to happen, okay? Because I was going to say, you would not want to allow $121 profit turn into $178 loss. That's why I was trying to say, manage but I mean, look what happened. Sorry, $182 loss or profit turned into a $104 loss. Okay, you have to, when you're into these crazy low floaters, you better be managing your trades. You can't wander away from your computer. You know, you get into this trade and you see it starting to move, great. It's going to probably take out the high of the day, wander downstairs, make a cup of coffee or whatever. I mean, that happened in a heartbeat. Okay. And it's probably halted on the way down. I wanted to leave that in there just to show you. And that's why, you know, this race here, you will see very volatile situations. That is volatile. I mean, that stock was up to 350 and it got down to 262 in, well, let's take a look at it on a 1 minute chart. I'm really glad that happened because I mean, you know, you have to be paying. Look at that. I mean, this is a 1 minute candle. I mean, we don't have 30-second candles, but I mean that is 1 minute, 350 down to 262. That's a 1 minute candle. That probably happened in 10 seconds. Now, are they doing it? Are they doing it? Are they going to announce a financing? 10-second, that was a 10-second candle. Okay, so in 10 seconds, that dropped like that. Now, it's interesting that it did exit at my stop, but I'm wondering in real world if I could have got out at 289 with 500 shares. You know, I mean, the simulator is only, but even if you were paper trading, or even if you were trying, even if you had a real stop in, like you had a stop in at 289 with a live account. I don't know if you could have got out all your shares at 289 when it happened, when it ran down so quickly. You would have got some out probably, but it ran down so quickly. And that can happen. Well, Michelle, this was all in the simulator. I wanted to leave that in there because I'm trying to hammer the point home about managing the trade. You know, you don't want to allow something up 182 to turn into this $100 loss. I wonder where this is going to open. 262, 262. Hard to know where this is going to open now. No, 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 no. So Mad, you hear me talk about the next high. When I'm talking about the next high, I'm talking about looking left on a daily chart or a weekly chart. That just tells me where it could get to before it hits some kind of resistance. Okay. I'm not ever trying to say that that's where it's going to get to, but that allows me to take the trades in the first place. If I see that the next high looking left is far enough away, then I'll take the trade. I'm not thinking it's going to get up to that next high, but I don't have to worry. One of the things about trading, you know, you have to work, not worry, but I mean, chart resistance is a reason why a stock won't keep moving higher. Could be a reason why a stock is not moving higher. So I like to take that out of the equation. That's all. But it's not that I'm thinking it's going to get there. It just allows me to take the trade because the next high is so far away that, you know, it can turn into a decent trade for me Doesn't have to get to the next high for it to be a successful trade, though. Maybe I can illustrate it a little bit better. Let's just say I took a, remember, I'm all about risk reward. So HBCO just opened. Okay, HBCO just opened. So let's make the math super simple. Let's say I took a trade at $10 and the stop was at 9.90, 10 cents away. I looked at the chart and I thought, okay, yeah, pretty good support at 9.90. Okay. So that's the first thing. The second thing though is I'm looking left. Where is the next high? Let's just say the next high was at $12. Remember, so I want to take this trade. It's at 10. I've got a 10-cent stop. I'm going to get out if it moves down 10 cents for me. And I've looked left though, and the next high is $12, $2 away. Doesn't have to get to $2 I don't have to make $2 on this trade to be successful. Because what I'm doing is I'm always wanting to make sure that I have a reasonable expectation of making what I call a 1-for-2 risk reward. So if I'm going to risk 10 cents on the trade, I have to be able to look at the chart and say, could it move 20 cents for me? Okay. And so if in this, this is an extreme situation, but if I look at that and go, wow, okay, the next high is $2 away, sure, I have a reasonable expectation of making 20 cents, risking 10, but I'm not, but if the next high was at 10.05, 5 cents away, I'm not going to risk 10 cents to make 5 cents. Okay, does that make sense? And the bigger that void is, the more exciting it can be. That's why, what was the one we were looking at before? It was EIGR, I think. So I mean, if I said to myself, I want to take this trade right now, okay, is there enough risk reward in it? Well, I look left, and the next high is around 4. Okay, and so that's what, $1.40 away. Well, of course, unless I'm risking $1.40 or something on the trade. But if I'm risking, I don't know, let's just say I'm risking 20 cents on the trade. Well, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents. So if I add 40 cents to 263, I get 303. I look left, next high is 396. I could take the trade. Well, it works for me on the Sono. Just because I think there could be some resistance doesn't mean when I look left on something and I see the next high is really close, it doesn't mean that is absolutely going to stop it, of course. It could blow right through that. It's just that I've just trained myself to not take trades if I see the next high is pretty is close. I don't care if it's an earnings play or has great news. And if it blows through that, what I consider maybe a resistance area, so be it. That is sort of my trading. That's my plan or style, if you will. Yeah. I mean, I don't take trades, and sometimes they just turn out to be rocket ships. But you know what? We've got lots of opportunities to trade. And if I miss one, there's usually another one. And that does not, and I'm just talking in general, that does not have to be your style, of course. All right, guys. Wow, it's 11:47 already. I'm just going to confirm that it's going to be Steve in our YouTube room. Should be. But let me just confirm that. And again, before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to YouTube and listen to Steve. He's not there yet, but he'll be there probably in about a little over 10 minutes from now. Hmm. Robin Hood on the way down here, guys. Yeah, Robin Hood on the way down. See, that would have been had you seen this one, not a bad entry on that 1050 break. A little bit of consolidation on the 15-minute chart, and a little breakdown here, and getting close to that, really psychological $10 number, in my opinion. And the answer is yes. So Steve will be in our YouTube room in about 10 minutes from now when I take my break. So two really good shorts from the AI guys, that TTGT and the AZTA. Really good shorts. And this is what I'm talking about. This is part of our premium service. Two really good shorts right here. 7.5, 7.7%, and 6.8 and 3%. Why you're seeing ZTA twice? Two different strategies. First one triggered at 940 at 5104. And actually, if you missed that one, it triggered a little bit later. Remember, these are to short, and actually would have got a little bit better because it was a little bit higher at 5134. Remember, these are shorts. And that's part of our premium service. So you can see the market is just kind of drifting down a little bit here. We're still all positive a little bit. NAS is up a little, Dow's up a little. SPY is just up a smidge. So here's a good example, okay? I'm looking at this PCT. Now, through the 200-day moving average, let's just say I decided I wanted to take this trade, okay, as a short, okay, and at 787 with a stop, say, at the whole number. So say a 13-cent stop. That means I have to be able to look at this and think, could it move 26 cents for me? Which means that's got to go down to 760. I look left, and the next low looking left is 753. So, it's a little too close for me. I mean, technically, yes, but to me, it's just a little too close. If the next low looking left had been down here at 727 or $7, for sure, take this short. Now, just because I think that this 753 could hold it, it doesn't mean it's going to. But I've just sort of, it's burnt into my mind. Don't take these if you don't see a lot of room looking left. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in. Sometimes I forget to put it in, so I'm still here, but just put it in now. I'm going to break back. around. Now the break is really just from me talking. Am I talking? I don't usually go anywhere. I'm still scouring around and all that, but it just gives my voice a little bit of a break. So if you're reading Shady's post about Sono, he's suggesting, if you haven't got into Sono right now, you could maybe take it over 2112. Okay, or if you're in it already, add to it. That's what he means. Add, enter. That's his opinion, of course. But you've got to have a plan. You have to have some kind of a trading plan. If you show up on the Tuesdays in our YouTube room, Michael Noss is there, and he just nags everybody to. People say, "Well, what should I do here? What's your plan?" What's the plan? I don't have a plan. Well, you got to have a plan. Like, why are you taking a trade? Why are you going to take that trade? Well, I don't know. It looks good. You've got to have some kind of a plan. Disney. So Disney's obviously having a fall after its earnings. Yeah, it's still up a little bit, but yeah, definitely fading off its earnings release. Getting rid of 7,000 people and trying to save $5.5 billion. Look at the Eiger guys, EIGR. Oh my. Okay, OLMA is a good example. Look at this. So OLMA is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. And when I look left, I see 514. If it clears 514, then when you look left on the weekly chart, 608. So I am definitely going to be interested in this if it clears 514. That doesn't mean you should be too. And that is coming from my 10-day daily breakout. And look at this one on the 10-day daily breakdown. Apps at 1273. It got down to 1220. So that's a short. Okay, guys, Steve is going to be there pretty soon. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to put myself on mute in our Discord and Pro Rooms. And I'll keep, of course, YouTube, I'll keep it open. And I'll just wait for Steve to show up. And speak of, not the devil, but hi, Steve. Maybe Steve's got me on mute. I heard that little ping. He's in the room.
I think I'd know how to do this by now.
You would think you had your mic on mute.
I just forgot to add the audio stream. There's many little pitfalls.
Well,
Mute,
when you
soft
only
mute.
do it once a week,
Yeah, that's true.
you kind of forget.
I'm trying to figure out how to use StreamYard for Instagram Live, so we'll start doing some of that too. But that's the topic for another day.
Yeah, no, I actually saw that the Instagram logo was up there, so I did. So what we're doing now is not in Instagram because I have the ability, of course, to send it to YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and I did see the Instagram logo.
Yeah, maybe we'll find out later today. And
you see what I'm talking about right there, right there. That's the Instagram logo. Oh, have you taken over my screen? Oh, you've already taken over.
No, I haven't taken it over, but I'll have to poke around. I know that yesterday I was in there and I entered the key in the server for our Instagram account, but we'll find out more today from our expert.
Yeah. Now, you probably have a meeting at 1 o'clock, right?
Yes, I do, as usual.
So I'll
share my screen here. I've been trading this GSUN, and it's been adhering to my magic indicator so far. We'll see. It's testing me here. Yeah, the 10 SMA. The 10 SMA.
10 SMA, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, on the 15. So I've got an order to sell a third up there at $3, and hopefully I get some and I can start paying myself. We'll see what happens.
Okay. All right, my friend, I will put myself on mute and we'll see you probably about 10 to the hour, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
See ya. All right, let's bring up YouTube here and make sure I see everybody's questions. All right. Good morning, good afternoon, no matter where you are, I guess. Top of the hour here. I'm also in some rum. Look at this defined range here in rum. This last kind of a weird range, but nonetheless very shallow range. See if we can break out of there. I'm long some of that in both accounts. It's just sideways, but yeah, the one that I'm really nursing here, the 1 day trade. It's not really a day trade. It's probably going to be a swing trade. It just depends on what it's going to do. GSUN, I'll show you. Back on this day, way back here, I found it on the races. Okay, so we were looking at this on this day, and I remember trading. It was on the races. It popped up in the sideways action, and I think I grabbed it like right around there. And what that did was not only give me a good trade, but more importantly, it put GSUN on the radar. I think I probably faded out of that one and just day traded it. But GSUN was not on my radar prior to that day. And of course, I found that stock symbol on the races that particular day I just showed you. And matter of fact, GSUN is on the top 10 board here today as well. Click into that. It's run it has won a couple of 3-minute races. So I'm got, the position that I want. I really don't want to see this right here. I want to see this this candle continue to move higher and adhere to the momentum 10 SMA, ideally. Just for interest, I saw it early. So I had mentioned I was watching GSUN earlier. It's one of the first things that popped up on my high-low ticker. All right, it's just my own watch list over here and over here. So I put it on my radar immediately. I bought a starter share, got way ahead of itself. I didn't want to chase it, but I said I'll add to it if the opportunity presents itself. The opportunity presented itself, and I added right there. So I've got a full position here in the money. Ideally, I've got an order already sitting out here to sell at 3. So if they want to go and challenge 3 again, I'll be in the mix and take off 1/3 up there. Ideally, I don't want to jinx it, but we'll see. That's what I'm doing over here today. As you guys know, I'm a swing trader, so I've got some swing positions. As I mentioned, I've got rum. What else do I have? I have, where are you? MindMed. Look at that daily chart. This is the anti-Pfizer trade. This is psychedelics as a PTSD treatment company. You know, maybe they can beat the big pharma, but you look at that chart, and ever since January 1st, it's been on the buy side. So I'm long some of that as a swing trade. And there's one more thing I'm long currently. I got rid of my silver. I'll talk about that. I don't know if Patrick's in here. MULN. It's a small 30-cent EV play. So, you know, it's testing me here today. I'm not going to jump out here in the moment. It's still probably barely in the money because I believe I was buying it down here in this congestion. So, you know, prior resistance can become future support. Maybe that's what we're doing right here, but we've got a pivot line we're working on, and we've got that 10 SMA. I'd like this to pop back up and close above the 10 SMA. As long as it does that, I will stay in the swing trade. Let's take a look at the general market. If you guys have any questions, go ahead and throw them in. We can look at charts. We can talk trading. But starting with the SPY, a little bit of a lag in the charts today. We're pretty much just setting up for a flag here. I mean, this is a flag. There's the pole and there's the flag. If you're short this market and you're bearish, you're basically betting against the current. All the currents are flowing upwards now. Moving averages are supporting the price. We're in clean air. There's nothing above us in terms of moving averages. All there is basically price levels. That 420 level is pretty big in the SPY. So, you know, makes a lot of sense that we spent a lot of energy down here at 375, getting up to 420, almost kissed 420. And then, you know, markets have to breathe. Price action has to pull back and breathe. You can't shoot an arrow into the air unless you pull it back first. So nothing goes straight up forever. We're just kind of in consolidation flagging mode here in the major market. NASDAQ, after some of the big earnings we had last week, also flagging. It's actually even a little bit stronger in my opinion because we've got this gap here and we've got kind of a horseshoe. That's an actual pattern name that I trademarked myself. The horseshoe pattern. Gap ups that slowly come in, fill the gap, pick up the moving averages, and start to turn back up. You get a U shape. You won't find that in any trading books because I made it up. So this price alert, you can see I've set. I'm going to tuck it a little bit closer down there so I can be alerted, and maybe if I want to, I can add to it, buy back in some bigger size. There we go. Price alerts are a very, very useful tool. If you're not using them, you should be. All right, JP. So good question from JP. Yeah, I'm a pullback trader. Let's go back to GSUN. If you were listening, as I mentioned, I bought half on the open, pulled back, and I added to my position, and I have a full position because of that add right there. So what could we do? I mean, we've got a lot of time. So let's just let's build one from scratch, and we'll go through it conceptually, JP, and you can kind of see, rather than me pulling something off the shelf, let's go through it conceptually. And then Jennifer, you've got a good question too, anchored VWAPs. So we'll go ahead and we'll play with some anchored VWAPs after we create something that is pulling back. So if we start from the bigger picture on our filters, we're going to want an event. And that event is going to be a pullback. So it's not going to be a new high on the day. Let's call it a new 15-minute low. So let's go new alert. We're going to create a new alert here from scratch. We're going to get rid of all that other stuff. And our event is going to be a 15-minute low. There it is. That's the event. That's what triggers the alert. We'll add that and activate it. Turn that off. 15-minute low. So we're going to be alerted on the pullback, and the event is a 15-minute low. Makes sense. So let's build the filters on top of that. Well, we're up on a stock today, and something has also got good relative volume. Why did these not filter? Actually, I'm going to keep that one in there, but we'll get rid of all those. Relative volume. I think right off the bat, I said this is my momentum line, and we want to buy pullbacks that are on strong stocks and buy it at the momentum line. Well, anything that's having good momentum should be having good relative volume. Using my GSUN here today as an example, we're almost over 9 times normal volume. And we can see that if we just looked at a chart, we can see pretty good volume spikes today. So let's do relative volume 1.5. Because JP, there's a lot of stuff that's up today. There's a lot of stuff that's pulling back, but we might even want to let's dial that up even to 2. We got to have a minimum of twice today's relative volume. So we've also got to be up from the close. So change from the close. Let's just have that a minimum of 1% because it could spike up and then pull back and still be up 1% on our pullback. But here is where the rubber meets the road, so to speak. How do I identify the price at the rising 10 SMA? And that's the real secret sauce here to something like this. So let's see. Price will do anything above $2, so we get some stuff. Volume today, we want at least 100,000 shares. That's kind of normal. Those are the go-to filters: price and volume, double relative volume, and we're up at least 1% from the close. And here comes the secret sauce. Oops. 15 SMA. Change from the 15-minute SMA. Change from the 10 period. There we are. So this is my go-to indicator, right? The 10 SMA, 15-minute period, %. Add the filter. Now we're going to try and bracket. So we're trying to time the jump rope to where this 15-minute low is at or approaching or touching our 10 SMA. So they don't always touch. So we want to give ourselves a little bit of slippage there. So let's say, let's start with the negative. We'll go anything below 0.1% below, but we'll also want to see things maybe, want to make sure I get this, right. So we'll do maybe 0.25% above. Maybe that'll catch it. Let's see, 0.25. We'll even do negative. We'll just make it balanced. So 0.25% below and 0.25% above the rising 10 SMA. All things being equal here, let's see if we can back ourselves into this scan. We'll just title it Pullback and SMA. Strong stocks, 15. So there's our scan. Let's start taking a look at some of these now. We'll go into history mode. The most current one is, okay, ZGN. Look at it, up on the day. We got our relative volume pulled back, but that daily chart's a bit extended for me. We're looking left, probably not the best one. Look at this, up on the day, pull back, new low. Look at how it bounced right off that 10 SMA there. I'm actually going to keep this and probably play with it a little bit, but I will share it with you guys. I think there's one thing we need to add. Okay, we don't want this. So when we look through history here, we start to get a print of what we're seeing. I don't want to see stocks that have been down the last 5 days, so we need to qualify that. Let's go in and qualify that. Change in 5 days. We've got to be up. Change 5 days. There it is. %. Add filter. We got to be up at least 2% in the last 5 days. Come on, we can't be down. So that keeps us on the last one, but the history is a bit more skewed now. Let's see if we can catch. I wonder if, well, here's the way in which we can try and, back ourselves into a specific symbol list. Basically saying single symbol GSUN. I didn't see it in there, but let's see if we can find a way to grab it. I'm thinking that GSUN was probably, it was probably way above 0.25% above when it pulled back right there, that new low right there, 260. And yeah, that was definitely sloppy. So if I was to configure and really open this thing up a little bit and say maybe 0.5% above, would that catch GSUN? No. I'm just playing here for the moment, just trying to prove a point. What about 1%? Because what I'm saying is GSUN may have never even hit that. Let's just see if we get it. Oh, it's not showing up for whatever reason. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't think of what the reason would be. Kind of detouring here to say that, there are ways to try and catch things. So that 15-minute low right there was probably above 1% of, and we don't want to skew that. So I'm just gonna keep that at 0.25%. I want to see the things that are touching. We'll go back and set that up. Pull back to the 10 SMA. Why? Oh, because I forgot to change the symbols. Back to all market, all symbols. Forget GSUN. We couldn't corner that one. And I don't care because in the moment we got 1 minute to go. And very, 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 very important, we got some fight left in this candle here. It's trying to fight itself back above that 10 SMA. I need that to happen. So for those additional to JP, you want to play around with this, I'm going to keep it. I'm going to save it to my cloud and also share it. And we'll drop it in there. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to kill that window. And I'm going to start just watching it. I don't want the description in there. You can do that too if you don't want. You clean up the columns a little bit. We'll get to your question next, Jennifer. Columns. I don't need description. I really don't need all that either because I've got all that on my one single stock window. Definitely don't need counts. I'll clean that one up a little bit and I'll go ahead and save my layout. I like to just open on SPY. And that's my new layout for now. ABBV was the latest one to come through there. Look at that. So up on the day. Now I will qualify this, JP, and say that I love this type of setup, but only in the first half of the day. Only in the first half of the day. The second half of the day, you got profit taking. You're probably going to break that moving average as people take profits. Yeah, see, I mean, it's I could pull something off the shelf, but there are probably lurkers in here watching that also learned how to kind of conceptualize a trade and work backwards and reverse engineer it. So yeah, I'm going to start watching this. Let's see if there's anything else on there that was interesting today. We'll get to Jennifer's question. Yeah, that was the one that was extended. Let's go a little bit lower here. What's nice is when you click in the history, you get that arrow that shows you where the actual alert was brought to you. Excuse me. Okay, so bit of extended on the daily, but nice consolidation here, still holding above. I mean, geez, could probably make a case if you wanted to try that, but it's had a move from, it's doubled over the last month. Starts to get a little squirrely in my book. That one is technically bleeding now below its 10 SMA, can't get back above. Same with that one, bleeding below. Let's look at some of the early morning ones and see how they fared. It's a bit sloppy, but NRDS. So again, there's no magic scan. There's not one box that's going to tell you everything you buy is going to work. It's just going to point you in the right direction. You've still got to kind of work through the setups yourself. A little bit of slop in there, but hopefully that helps JP. You can build on that and add whatever you want. Let me check in with my trade here. Eesh, getting a little sloppy, but those wicks are still holding. I need some momentum to come back into this thing. All right, so is there any way to add the criteria that it closes above? Closes above. Well, since it's a new low, the new low is going to report as a new 15-minute low. I can't really think of a way to have it say, and then, you know, that's where we get into trouble. This, and then that, and then this, and then that, adding strings. You got to kind of just monitor this stuff on your own, I think. If something comes to me, I'll let you know, but I think that's probably the best approach, is to get the most signals, and then you can sift through them. But don't forget to look on the daily, make sure there's good volume, make sure it's not extended, you know, 5-6 days of green candles. I don't like buying those. Okay, Jennifer, so let's play with some anchored VWAP a little bit. Now I have, excuse me, this chart, which is a bit cleaner. And I like to use this one for anchored VWAP. Brian Shannon will kill me. If I call it VWAP, he likes to call it VWAP. It's like GIF or GIF. I don't think there's one right way to say it. All right. So the concept being anchoring off of key dates or key highs and key lows. So let's play around with this one. Since I'm in it, I just would like to know. I'm going to say, all right, let's grab the anchor tool. So from this day, everybody that bought on this day, that purple line in there, look at that. It's kind of acting as resistance here. So that's one perspective. We could also say this is that's the first day of the year. That's a year-to-date anchored VWAP. Let's go ahead and add that. Pop that right there on the first trading day of the year and see what we get. Kind of a screwy little line there because of the volatility, but let's zoom in here a little bit. Okay. So this supportive, look at that. That's interesting. So year-to-date VWAP, we dropped it on the first trading day of the year. We had some movement, and then look at that. The high of that candle basically was the VWAP at the time. Yesterday poked through, but now today we are back trading above the year-to-date VWAP, which gives me a little bit of comfort. I like that. Let's see what else we can look at. And if you want to look at a specific chart, Jennifer, let me know. Yeah, Patrick, it's funny. I actually had a Zoom call with Leah on Monday, and we hit it off well. She's a smart girl. She knows what she's doing, and she got trade ideas loaded. And I showed her some of my conceptual concepts of trading, and we were both playing GSUN that day. And I basically tagged her on Twitter this morning and said, "Hey, I'm back in today at 250," and I've been kind of adding to that tweet thread, showing her the video. I made a video, which is basically what I just told you guys. You know, as long as the price stays above this rising 10 SMA, I'm comfortable in the trade. But we're getting into the second half of the day, and I don't like these little bleeding, drippy candles here. I really need this thing to continue. So yeah, if you missed it, Patrick, GSUN was on my radar because of that particular day, and I noticed she was trading it as well. And it's just a matter of, like I said earlier, keeping some of these symbols in your wheelhouse. And I didn't know about GSUN until after this day, but I hit the heart button, which turns it on to my liked symbols. I added it to my watch list. And so it was the first thing I saw that made a high on the open today. Pulled it up. It was interesting. Let's look at some other stuff using anchored VWAP. Jennifer, was there something that you wanted to look at? I mean, when I look at this, let's see. Let's look at the year-to-date for the NASDAQ. Anchored VWAP. And there it is right there, I believe. Bang, drop it. So we are well above the average weighted price. For everybody that was bold enough to come in here and just start buying on January 1st, you've been rewarded. But we've got a lot of distance here between, there's a lot of airspace there that has to work itself out at some point, either in price pulling back or consolidation over time and letting this thing catch back up. Okay, we'll look at that one. And it just reminded me that the trade of the week, which sucked this week, was really a tribute to Brian's book, which he sent me a copy of, and we had lunch and he signed it. And it was really cool. He's a friend of mine. And so, I consulted with him a little bit. I said, what are some of the VWAP setups you like? Well, let's go back here. Right there. And he said, I like Zyme year-to-date VWAP. And I'm going to put it on this chart, actually, because it lines up with the 20-day. So if we go anchored VWAP, that's a bug. I got to report that. Anchored VWAP, first day of the year is right here. Drop. Okay, it's a lot of lines going on in here, but I'm going to back up for you. Pretty much right there. There we go. So Zyme was holding the bottom of that purple line year-to-date VWAP, and also my 20-day simple moving average. Gave us a good run that day, a little follow through that day, and then went to crap. So it was a very short-term trade, basically flatted it myself. I said a close back below the 20 would be the out. So this week, the trade of the week really was a tribute to trying to incorporate the anchored VWAP. So Jennifer, you want to look at Pixie. Let's take a look and see what we can deduce if there's anything in Pixie. We're looking for spikes, highs, lows, year-to-date earnings. Earnings gaps are always really important. So what we've got is just a nasty little downtrend here. And let's do two of them. They stick out. So basically, everybody that bought up here is extremely underwater. Let's find out how much. We'll anchor off that high. So there's a lot of space, just the opposite of the last one I showed you. There's a lot of space here. There could be some sort of a bounce in price, or there could just be more, decay in price with the VWAP. But everybody that bought up here is very much underwater. Let's take a look at some other key levels. Let's do the year to date. Oh, earnings. Okay, so there's earnings. That's always a good one. Let's key off of earnings date. All right, so it was holding, and you can see if we look a little closer here, it was really trying to break back above. So there's our earnings, rejected. It kept getting rejected off of the earnings date as the anchor. So there's probably some good volume in here. We got some good data from the company. It's always a good anchor point, earnings. We could also do the year to date and see what else. But the bad news is on this one is that you're pretty much under VWAP on all these time frames here. There's the first day of the year. So you've got a lot of hurdles above you in terms of those levels. That's how I would look at it. Just for fun, let's go back and see how this past high resolved itself and see if we can see any correlations. And we can. So you see that using the spike high here, as we came back into the VWAP, a lot of rejection wicks. Look at all that, 4 days of rejection. So in hindsight, there's something you can learn there, JP, if you're looking about, more about the anchored VWAP. Key points, reversal highs, reversal lows. We could probably do one off there as well. Let's see what happens. Let's clear all of them and come back to it. We'll try that low. See if there's anything to deduce from everybody who bought Pixie on this day. Are they over or underwater on the average weighted price? So we'll click and anchor that day. See if we see any correlations. Well, again, a lot of rejection wicks, and then not too much correlation. This thing's very oversold. The only other thing I can offer, let's go back to the main chart. The only other thing I can offer, Jennifer, is that these damn algorithms and traders looks like they actually did it today. Yeah. What I'm looking at is the test. All right. When the price action is trending down and we all look left, trust me, the algorithms and the quants are looking at the same thing. And they're saying, I bet there's a lot of stops under here, right? You look at the average retail person will look at that and say, I don't want the price to get below this. And so they put their good till canceled stop market order below 866. Well, we'll call it, 867. Today's low went down to 53. So the stops essentially was this area right here. So this was a running of the stops. What I'm giving you is a little bit of hope that maybe, just maybe, that is the signal for the algorithms to flip. Because as we saw, you're very much oversold under the moving averages, under the VWAP. You could get an oversold bounce here. But I was going to say, if this was yesterday and you're watching, and this was today, you're like, oh, man, you got to look left and say, I have to anticipate that since we're in the neighborhood, the algorithms are going to knock on the door and ask you your religion's preference and see what happens. So maybe, just maybe, that little tick below was your stop run. That's what you're going to have to hope for there. All right. Yes, Patrick, big smiley face. Do you give any significance to when net liquidity and price diverge from each other larger than a normal percentage? Let me read that again. Do you give any significance to when net liquidity and price diverge from each other by a larger than normal percentage? I don't know if I really understand that question. You might want to rephrase that one, Circle. What time of day pre-market open? I believe it's 5 a.m. Eastern, Peter. Don't quote me on that because I'm sleeping. That's 2 a.m. Pacific. Okay, so Jennifer, it was a stock you were looking at before learning about anchored VWAP. So what you could do, let's play the old bar reversal, Jennifer. Here's what I would do. Let's zoom in a bit. And if you'll notice, yesterday and today, we basically had resistance. And we're going to go ahead and highlight that. It's now a price alert. And it was support on this day. So support and then blasted through resistance, resistance. Tomorrow, or even today for that matter, if we get what's called a bar reversal, where we get maybe a nice green bar that takes out today's high and yesterday's high, that could be an early chance. You know, don't jump in with both feet, but maybe, just maybe, that will signify the storyline that I played out here. We ticked below by 15 cents. The algorithms did not get any follow through. So sometimes this is the perfect area for reversals. But if you do it now and you jump in now, you're guessing. Give yourself a little bit more odds in your favor by waiting for a bar reversal above there. Then you're staring this 10 SMA straight in the face. You're going to have to get through that and the 20 SMA. But what happens is on oversold bounce reversals is sometimes you can take those out in one day. You just got to be positioned and ready. But this is why I like, the price alert. As you're working through here, you're like, well, it's nothing now, but there's a story here, there's a setup. If it does trigger, it'll pop up on my screen and I can decide in the moment if I want to participate or not. For me, Pixie is just a bit too low volume. The charts start to almost look like Morse code at times. It's just, I need more volume than that to trade. I guess what you're saying, Circle, is like if price keeps rocketing to highs, but it's doing so on low relative volume. I don't like that. I want to have relative volume confirm the momentum in price. So if that's your question, that does throw me off. I don't like that. Oh, GSUN back to 20% above. Let's see what we're doing over here. Give me something good. Yes, indeed. Look at that. Now I have confidence, guys. And this is why so important, exclamation, I'm speaking in all caps. If you sell before the candle closes, look at what the stock gods can do to you. They can look back and laugh at you for not waiting for the candle to close. This is why I have steadfast rules of waiting for my 15-minute candle to close before I decide momentum has died. Remember, I'm full position here now. I'm going to go ahead and put a price alert in there. And if it goes off, I will have sold 1/3 of my position. I have a standing order to sell 1/3. There's nothing more gratifying as a trader than being on the right side of a trade early, throwing out your limit sell at a level that makes sense. In this case, it's a round number. It's already gone through twice, but if it comes back and tests the round number, I'm going to be happy to get that price. And I don't want to keep jinxing it here, but I'd love to have this alert go off while we're talking here. That means I'm getting paid. And again, there's nothing like having somebody reach up and grab the price that you're advertising rather than you having to grab the price that's available. There's just something satisfying about that. Yes, JP, I'm happy to share any scan. The next one that you might be interested in is this one. I haven't changed the name. It's called the A table, but just know that this is a short squeeze scan, and it's sorted by short float. So right at the top of the short float here, well, it was SI. I had to get out of that one this morning. It broke on me. So that one was a net scratch. We won't talk about that. I'm out of that trade. But right now, Carvana, as you can see, is at the top of the list, and it's been squeezing the shorts. It went up above 20 here a few days ago. Well, looky here. This is kind of interesting, actually, and this is kind of the stuff I do look for. If I was interested in maybe buying Carvana, this is probably the spot I would do it. First, I'd be interested in buying it because it does have a high short float. However, it has had a pretty good squeeze already. We've been going sideways, and now we've got the 10-day simple moving average touching it. Kind of interesting, but I'm not really in the mood to take any new positions at the moment. But that's interesting because if it does hold that 10 SMA and close and bounce back above, it could be back in play, and we could be witnessing the actual test right here. This could be literally testing where we look back in hindsight and this becomes a wick. This thing closes higher at the end of the day, and you look back in hindsight and you go, wow, that was a really good support level there that Steve talks about. I like the 10-day SMA just as much as I like the 10-period SMA. Well, on the intraday, the 10-period SMA has got a hold of the price and has been throwing it lower. So again, if I was looking for some swing trade entries, maybe I'd nibble right here, buy a quarter or even a third. But I'm not going to. Just not feeling it. So JP, we skim down here to skin. Oh, look at that. That's actually pretty interesting. I'm going to reset that price alert. And let me show you something here. Actually, I'm just going to delete that. And I'll show you why I'm deleting it. Okay, we're going to reset it right there. Price alert. But we're going to remind ourselves 43% short float. So if this alert goes off, quickly I will see 43% short is my note. Look at the 10 SMA coming up below. So there, I might participate. If this thing washes around today, but a little bit more consolidation, maybe even tags that 10 SMA. If that triggers the next day or two, I might be interested in this trade. What do we got here? What does this company do? Beauty aesthetic products, skin products. Yeah, okay, great. That chart has consolidated nicely. So here's the genesis of an idea. Skin came to me because it's a high short float. I'm not jumping in here, but I have set my alert. So I've turned this top list into an alert. All right, good question. And it requires explanation. The reason I call this the A table is, believe it or not, if you remember 2 years ago, we were in a raging bull market. And I wanted to find a scan that showed me stocks that were moving higher, but also had a high short float, which told me who were the short sellers that were trapped in stocks that are moving higher, not lower, but higher, and also have a high short float. What are these people missing? Why are they sticking around in these trades? I was looking for those. The reason I called it the A table was because of the stock composite rating. What I did was I said the stock composite rating, by the way, is it's a grade. It's like F, D, C, B, and A. Well, I've opened it to 50, which means show me everything, because we've had a market that's been downtrending. But when I created this scan, the market was in an uptrend. So I said, show me only the stocks that have a 90% grade, meaning they're darn good looking charts, but they had more of a short float than 15%. That was the original configuration. And if I do that, we only have one stock to choose from. We click onto it, let the chart draw. We have a nice uptrend, but we don't have these setups anymore because we're coming out of a vicious bear market. So we'll go back, and I've evolved it. I've basically said, just show me anything over 20% short the float. And basically the score doesn't even matter anymore. 50 is pretty low. I could even go 40 and bring in more. So that's as simple as it gets. Let's see what I get. Oh, it brought in Bed Bath & Beyond. It brought in SI. So by lowering the score to 40, which means just an absolutely junk, well, that's a junky daily chart. So 42 scores gross. There's that SI that I made money in, but then had to get out of the third bit that I bought. Yeah, look at that. By the way, look at how the 10 SMA can work against you if you're long. If you're short, that's what you want to see. Look at that, all those tests. Momentum works in both ways. So there's the scan. We got Carvana. That was, a lot of stuff on there. So you can play with that score if you want to try and say, well, you know what? Those are some junky stocks. How about we put a score of 70 in there? What am I going to get if we have the C students, the C table, so to speak? Well, skin. Look at that. Again, I really like this trade. I will likely participate in this if I get the opportunity and the timing's right. So let's just go back and put it to where I had it, and then I'm showing you some of the factors you can change. Stock composite rating will give you better looking charts, or you can just open it up and get all the junk you want. That said, yes, I can share this with you as well. And there you go. All right, looks we're caught up. Circle. I'm only just now reading about it and don't know enough about it to comment. I assume you're talking about relative volume. Like I was saying, if I see momentum, we did a scan earlier for JP. It's right here, matter of fact. Nothing's really come through since then. But this is requiring new 15-minute lows, but we've got to have good relative volume. In this case, it's 3.0. So early in the day, if ABBV is moving higher, but it's doing so on 0.4 relative volume, no thanks. What's that all about? What's that manipulation? I want to see the crowd be excited. And the crowd is excited when you've got relative volume at least over 2. You've got twice the normal participation going on there. All right, we're caught up. Let's check. Ooh, I like that number, 23%. GSUN. Oh, look at that. I'm so close to getting a third off. Look at that, 1 penny away. Let me pull up my little 2 over here. Come on, you can do it. Go get me. Go get me. Yeah. I think that the stock gods don't like it when you stare. You have to look away. Let's look away. Let's look at some of the races today. Barry's pounding the table on Iger. Look at that. Look at that, JP. There was a new 15-minute low close to it, but a lot of space there between that 10 SMA, so that scan would not have caught it. But eyeballing it, pretty nice, right? Big push on the morning. We got 11 times relative volume here in Iger. That was the one and only opportunity to buy your pullback, as close to that 10 SMA as possible. That's how I would have played it. Get up there, GSUN. So close. Maybe I should put it on sale, huh? $2.99. Let's do that. Let's change the order to $2.99. All right, come and get me. Let's see here. Get extra guacamole on my burrito. Come on, G-Sun, just go do it. Got good volume too. Look at the, this is really important here. The 5-minute volume is 3 times normal. I'll take that. 2.5 times normal. Relative volume for the day is still 8 times normal. Pushing off my moving average. Come on, go get me. All right, again, the stock gods don't like it when you stare. Let's look at some of the races. Not much we could have done with this one right out of the gate. And then look at that. The signal candle, the first closing candle below the 10 SMA is your early warning system to get up and head for the exits. The movie theater's on fire and everybody else is still being stubborn in that name. There's Eiger on the races. We just saw that. Stretching out to new highs as we speak. That's the same price as G-Sun. MARK, look at that. A nice touch there right before lunch on the 10 SMA. Gave you 238 all the way up to 272. Those are the nice momentum plays that I like to play. Beautiful sideways action too. So big push in the morning, put it on the radar, sideways, sideways. Didn't make a new low. So that wouldn't show up on this scan that we made, you know, so that's only going to be pullbacks. That's why you constantly want to have the top 10 finishers up here, because early in the morning, Mark would have been probably put on your radar and you just keep bringing it up like this. You say, oh, wow, look at them in reverse mode here. Oof, it's pulling back. 10 SMA is way down here. I got to keep an eye on this thing. I'm doing hindsight, of course. I don't know. Am I locked up here? Hang on. There we go. And if I had pulled that up right then and there, I would have went, oh, I gotta be in this. If I was stalking it, you know, if I was stalking it, and then good on it from there. Come on, GSUN, go pay me. Moving this down to 299. I would have got it at 299 on that wick if I'd have had it at 299 to start with. There. 299. Go get me. All right. Yes, Barry. Yes.
So, Mr. Gomez, are you using the Anchored VWAP at all?
Only really in the positions that I'm really slowly studying. I don't really have a go-to. I'll kind of keep an eye on it. I'm trying to use it more and more. But what I wind up doing is I kind of just start massaging the stuff I'm in, you know, like I'll pull up G-Sun and see, you know, where's the anchored VWAPs on the ones I'm already in, which is not a great answer. I should be probably, you know, using it more, but I do have a chart that I save for the anchored VWAP. It's minus my other moving averages, so I can get a clean look at things occasionally. Right. But as I explained, that ZYME was an anchored VWAP play for the trade of the week. It was working for 2 days and then it broke. It fell apart.
Right. Oh yeah, right. Well, you know, the problem I got with it right now is that we can't save it on the charts, and so it's a non-starter for me right now. So I'm hoping, you know, down the road that you'll be able to save it, because I'm clicking on too many charts all day long, and if I have to go back and
reset it,
reset it, I mean, it's just, you know, it's too time consuming. So, you know, other charting programs, it does save. So we know it can be done. It's just a matter of, can our guys do it in any sort of a time period?
Well, as we move on to these HTML5 charts, I have a feeling it's probably going to be pretty simple for them to figure out.
I hope so. I hope so, because I am intrigued by it. I have to admit, Michael was in the room on Tuesday and Wednesday, and we talked about it at length, and it is very interesting. It really, truly is. And
makes perfect sense. Yeah. When you bring in the crowd psychology element to it, it makes perfect sense, because that's all we're really doing is we're trading the herd psychology in different time frames. You know, you're doing a different time frame than I am, and anchoring the the psychology based off of earnings. I think when we get back into, well, we're in earnings season, we just passed it, but I think, earnings season is one of the best ways to use anchored. You get like a gap up and then some consolidation, and the anchored VWAP starts coming up underneath. I think those are interesting plays because as you know, earnings are a big mass moment in new data in psychology.
Yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely, it is, and I like the idea that you can be used for intraday trading. I don't know why I was under the impression it was really just used for longer term trading, but no, I mean you can certainly use it for intraday trading,
Sure.
and I like the way for new traders how it has a sort of a defined, especially if you use it in conjunction with the VWAP itself. You can start getting some defined entries and exits,
Yes.
and so that, but it just has to be drawn well, actually drawn automatically would be awesome, but just the retention on the chart would be great, and then of course having some kind of an alert on it when it hits it. That I
Yeah.
think Michael is working on that in the
Yes.
ME.
Yeah, we don't have that right now. And it's funny, over the last 9-12 months or whatever, I chat with Brian during the day, and I'll say, hey, I'm along this, and then he'll literally throw cold water on my parade. He'll send me a chart back with damn anchored VWAP right above. And I'm like, oh, I wish I'd seen that 10 minutes ago,
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So I'm
That's
slowly
funny.
incorporating it more and more, for sure. KBH, to answer, I don't want to short things that are in an uptrend. It's pulling back to its 20-day simple moving average. If anything, it's probably a buy on that 20-day. So perfect circle, I wouldn't be interested in shorting things in uptrends. I'd rather short them under their moving averages and downtrends. And that's that. That's just me, though.
Amazing how many times we say that, but that's just me.
But that's just
That's
me because
just
it's an
me.
art form. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not telling you that it works every time. I see a correlation and it works for me. So sure
My
would be
big
nice.
my big miss. Well, I was short CVNA. I know you were talking about Carvana a little earlier as a potential bounce play, but I got out way too soon. I was in the 13s, mid 13s, and
Oh yeah.
what a drop now. It looks like I think also, Steve, the market is starting to
Yeah.
I don't want to say wise up, but wise up also to these preposterous AI alerts, or AI press releases. The latest one today was the WLDS. If you bring that up, WLDS, and on the surface, if you check the press release they had, WLDS, it said something about their approval $900,000 grant budget for developing a manufacturing process of its, wait for it, AI-based neural input products. Okay, so it popped up, yeah, like a lot of these are doing now. They're popping up on the pre-market, and then you better flee really soon.
It's funny, Barry. You and I have been doing this so long. We can probably, if we sat down and put our heads together, we could come up with so many little, what would you call them? Sector flashes that become like right now it's the AI, and then it was EV, or it was biotech, or it was vaccines, or during 9/11 it was security products and tasers and all this stuff. So there's always
Don't
this
forget
hot
crypto. Don't forget
crypto. Yep.
crypto, of course.
Well, we could keep going, but there is
Yeah.
always this little hot sector that I love when they come alive, because they stick around for a few days, and
They
you start
stick
finding
around,
second and third tier names, and you can trust them. Yeah.
Yeah. The other one that was hot for, I don't know, a week was the
Weed.
reverse splitters.
Right.
All of a
Yep.
sudden, for whatever reason, the reverse
Yep.
splitters were working unbelievably. And then, all of a sudden, then they dry up. They just completely dry up. Look at AI, though. Look at AI itself. I mean, that is really, really giving it up. I mean, our AI, but I'm talking about the symbol, of course.
Yeah. Hot pot.
So,
That's funny. Yeah, big engulfing candle there. I'm in.
yes.
Somebody mentioned weed. Yeah, that was at one time a big hot topic. Maybe MindMed, which I'm in and I've been in for a little while here, is psychedelics, PTSD approach with psychedelics. So the chart is saying, hey, don't lose track of some of these psychedelics. That's a pretty good looking chart, and I'm happy to be
That's
participating
not the
in it.
one that you were in originally. You got rid of
It is.
that one. This is another one.
I know, but I got out. I mean, I was out back here. I mean, I was playing it back here when it was on, and then once it broke this back here, 8, I left it. I didn't touch it for months. It was in that
Right.
long protruded range for months. And then all of a sudden, the new year came along and they flushed out everybody, the 52-week tax loss selling. All of a sudden, in 23 January, this thing has been in play. So somebody's accumulating it. So I'm back in.
Mhm.
I'm back in that congestion down here in the 3.25 area.
Oh, okay, good for you. Because I know that you guys were in a lot. Because that was a 1 for 15 reverse split, I
Yeah,
believe,
that you
right?
know what, that just really, really annoyed me. Those SOBs from the Bed Bath and Beyond play came in and
Well,
started playing with the board of this thing, and it was
yeah.
ridiculous. And so I said, I don't want any part of this, and I literally took it off my radar for months. And then the
Hmm.
new year came, and this thing caught my eye, and I bought the consolidation, and because I believe in this. It's just what I say all the time. The chart needs to confirm the story. Sometimes I'm early, but the chart has to confirm what you think. Market doesn't care what you think. You have to be in symmetry with the price action.
Yes. Okay.
All right,
If
I'm
you
gonna
want to
take a
take off
break.
now.
Yeah, thank you, Barry.
Okay.
I'll see you guys
I'll
next
take over the
time, and I'll
screen.
talk to you later in the meetings.
Okay. Okay. You
All right.
will.
Oh.
Okay. Bye-bye. All right, guys. Back to YouTube. In Discord. So I'm back in all the rooms, guys. So yeah, the market is just inching its way down. I mean, now all the indices are the major ones are gone negative. Market is just kind of inching its way down. Take a look at Sono now, guys. So I mean, there's again an argument to be made if it takes back $21 at some point. It's still an extremely strong earnings play. I mean, it's still up 17%. It's now there's the VWAP. 2074 is the VWAP. Let's see if the VWAP pulls it. Excuse me. All right, so here we are. Now, in this total P&L column, you might see AI is 877. I actually, in the simulator, made $877 on this AI trade, okay, in the simulator. Up $180 now on that GMET trade as it continues to, work its way down. And this is the one, of course, today took the loss in the simulator for HPCO. Now, that sort of a drop, which was a very well, maybe a 10-second drop, that's going to get people pretty wary about taking this, in my opinion. And I'm talking about the HPCO, and that was the drop. When it got up to what, 320, 350, and then in a heartbeat, it dropped down to 260. And I was just telling Steve, yeah, bemoaning my Carvana trade. I mean, I would short this one, but I'm, not in it anymore. But look at this. I mean, this just kept going down, down, down. So is this sort of the end of that high short float percent mania? For a while anyway. Because look at that Bed Bath and Beyond, AMC, GME. Those are the memers, of course, but they were all high short floats. Ooh, this is shortable for me, this SLQT. I wish I'd seen it on the break of the VWAP. VWAP is 215, so it broke down through the VWAP. And I see Alma did not give me the price alert that I was looking for. Again, keeping me out of trades, guys. Use your price alerts. Figure out where you think, and it's only going to come with practice, where you think you'd like to see the price go before you get interested. Doesn't mean you just hop into the trade. So remember, we saw Olma, and the reason we kind of liked it is because look at all the highs right at that price, which is about 514. And then when you look left, 608 is the next high. So that's what got me really interested. Of course, it came in my 10-day daily breakout. So stuck my price alert right up here. Look what happened. That line is still blue. Therefore, it never got there. DCTH is wow, a nice run this has been on. DCTH, look at this run it's been on. Not an earnings play either. Just a little healthcare. Not very much volume today. Doesn't trade very much. You can tell because it has 183,000 shares today, and that's 9.8 times normal up to this time of day. So you can tell it doesn't trade very much. But boy, this has come from in a few days 347 to 558. $2 move on a $3 to $5 stock. Well, now look at this one. AI, okay, EXAI coming right into the 200-day moving average, which is at 880. So it's coming right into the 200-day moving average. Of course, this was a big mover with all the AI nonsense. I wish that weren't there. I mean, look at this, a little break. Well, briefly anyway, broke down through that whole number. If that weren't there, and I was looking at the next low being like 726, I'd be in this short. But I just think that well, obviously the 200-day could prove some support. Well, here's an interesting one, maybe 24 FLNC. It's an earnings play underneath that VWAP now. 24.89 is the VWAP. Well, this boy, I mean, this is interesting. I mean, if the market, especially if the market continues to slide a little bit. Yeah, perfect. I think if it performed a little bit better, yeah, I'd be all over that. But some days it's really excellent. Today, I mean, I would say today the AI is certainly those two shorts. Okay, guys, I think what I'll do now is I will do my video. I do have a meeting at 2 o'clock, the marketing meeting at 2. It's only 1:05 now, so I'll do my video and then because I think the last couple of times I've done the video and then very close to the marketing meeting, so I'm on mute for quite a while. So I will do my video now. What time is it now? 1:05. So you back certainly should not be later than 1:10. Or sorry, 1:15. All right, so I'll put myself on mute in all three rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. Man U, after that news yesterday about a Qatari group maybe looking to buy them, but I think what happened is market was disappointed that it looks like maybe only a minority stake. But anyway, there because it got up to yesterday, I think even higher in the pre-market, maybe. But Man U got up to 24.53 and it closed down here at 23.33. So now Man U is above the high of yesterday, and the big high over here is 25.24. And again, rumors. Meanwhile, I wanted to see if this IFF had any sort of a bounce. I guess it did. I mean, it got down to 92 and it got right back up to 95. And now, look at this. I mean, wow, look at the power of that VWAP right there, guys. If you take a look at IFF on that 15-minute chart, look what it did. It got into the VWAP. It kept hovering underneath it and it just would not break through. And now, look, starting to move down again, IFF. Ah, I see. Okay. For Man U. Thank you, William. And that's just to buy them outright. Well, let's sorry for that yawn. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I'm finding it a little bit boring right now. Okay, maybe, maybe. I have WLDS on a thumbnail. There it is. There's the There's the VWAP. It got into the VWAP. A little bit of volume coming in. Maybe it has another shot. Maybe. Market boring. Market boring. Not any of you guys. What do I think about Man U? Well, it's all rumor. Okay, so I mean, if you're asking me, what do I think about the rumor? Well, it could happen. But if they come out in the next second and say there's no validity to that rumor, the high was, I mean, if it challenges that high, 25.24, and takes it out, maybe. But right now, I mean, it's just, all rumor. Okay, I'll be right back. So what I like to see in these large cap gainers from the open, when I'm looking at these ones that are moving, I like to see ones that are just above the whole number to see if there's anything interesting happening. So like Levi, as an example, yeah, something's interesting happening. It's starting to fall. So 1807 is the VWAP. My issue with it, I'd love, I mean, that'd be look like, I mean, it looks like it's extended on a short, of course, but of course, taking out the VWAP is pretty key in my opinion. My issue with it would be though, when I look at the 15-minute chart, could be some support around that 1790 level. So we're at 1805 now, so I'm not as interested in it as a short. But had there been not that, yeah, even though it's just a little bit above the whole number, I would have waited for the whole number break. So maybe stick an alert around 1786 for Levi. Still up for the day, but if it gets down there, it'll be barely up for the day. WLDS 0.99999 at Interactive Brokers, $1 now. Yeah, so for me to get interested in this, I think it's going to have to take up the VWAP, which it tried to in the previous 15-minute candle. So I'll stick an alert right around there, see if it takes out the VWAP. Here's one that's right near the VWAP also, just underneath the VWAP. Here's one meeting Fox, Fox. Fox was an earnings play yesterday. Had a pretty okay day yesterday. I mean, it sold off from the highs, but certainly had a nice day. You can see, I mean, there was the day before, there's where it closed, and then yesterday it popped up on earnings. I think Fox has the Super Bowl this year, so they're probably getting a lot of advertising revenue from that. Here's another one right at that 200-day moving average, and they're talking about you. All right, WLDS just hovering over $1. Looks like it's at 101 now. 106 is the magic area for me to get me very interested. Well, I know this is showing up on Zach's bounce scan. So look at Yeti here. Look at it right into the 200-day moving average. Where is that 200-day moving average? 41.73. So it got right into the 200-day. Looks like that's trying to hold. Now, the issue would be is that the VWAP is above it. So sort of in between the 200-day moving average and the VWAP. Seems to be a lot of stocks that I'm seeing that are somewhat near their VWAP. Okay, guys, again, I'm just trying to cycle through a few things. I guess Mark is making another new high. So where was that alert for me? 255 from the 10-day daily breakout. It wasn't smooth up, but in today, that's not bad, I guess. 275 now. And just as we're speaking, it's starting to move. Mark. Okay, APLS guys. APLS just hit. Now, look at that big topping tail. So that what you're talking about, William? You will short, I'm sure you heard that news. And you'll just take that and just whack it down. And that's for the APLS. Mm, okay. All right, so Carvana may, excuse me, Carvana may be trying to turn around a little bit here. Looks like that whole number kind of held, that 12 held. All right, I don't know. Maybe this is a red bar ignored on the on AI. No, but as Real said yesterday, it might be a red bar ignored, but it's really at a consolidation. Still might be okay. It still might be okay. I mean, that high there was 23.74, so yeah, I was watching Wilds, and I was wondering, okay, you said you loaded up in a big way, so I'm assuming you're either out. I'm assuming you're out now, but the thing is, for me, I mean, if it takes out 107 later, now the VWAP is moving down a little bit. Maybe it has a run. But yeah, I mean, I wanted it, but not unless it took out the VWAP, which it did not. Boy, this turned into a really nice AI alert, guys. I wish I had seen it, and even though this was out of the price range that I normally would trade. The fact that it's an earnings play would have got me definitely a lot more interested. This is what I was saying, when we get into earnings season, you see some of these stocks that I'm not saying nobody knows Azenta. I don't know Azenta. I mean, I can read about them, but they have their day and it's either great or bad. And then for 3 months, you don't even hear about this company again. I mean, this still has room on the way down. Look, I mean, look at that weekly chart, $40. This could be one to watch tomorrow as a continuation down on earnings, and depending where it gets to today, because I mean, the next low looking left is 40 or so. Just a minute, please. All right, guys, CVNA so trying to curl its way back up here. There's the VWAP, 1350 or so. So this could be another one for tomorrow. Look at this IFF, unbelievable. This could be another one for tomorrow. Let's take a look left. Well, 87, 88.44 is the next low looking left. So that's about $3 away. And then after that, if it can somehow take that out, then 83. I mean, this, I'm not saying you might get some bottom fishers here, but boy, what a devastating earnings release for these guys. It's a big float too. So to move 18% with 254 million in the float, that is pretty significant. And of course, cracking through 100. And you can see the optimism ahead. Well, this is a few months, but optimism's kind of ahead of the earnings. No inkling, nobody was placing any serious bets that the earnings were going to be bad. I mean, take a look at the previous month. This is a weekly chart, of course, kind of holding in this area. Well, I mean, look, had it been able to take out, I mean, it got up to the VWAP, WLDS, it got up to the VWAP briefly. On that candle right there, that was what the 1 o'clock candle. And it got up to the VWAP. And remember, the VWAP is moving down a little bit. I guess it was still 106. And what did it get to? It got to 104. So it looked like it was trying. And then it looked like it was trying again, but it just couldn't get through. Had it got through, you probably could have had a run to the high of the day. And I know you're not a big VWAP follower, but I'm certainly paying a lot more attention to it than I ever used to. Give me a moment, guys. Yeah, you wonder, are they going to readjust those targets, Tank? Unless they came out today reasserting them or reaffirming them. That was today? And that was before, that was after earnings? Of course, they didn't know that was going to go like drop 14, $15, I guess, but still. They may have been looking at it up here, 106, little drop. Like, oh, that was the 6th. Yeah. So I would bet that they are going to readjust. Oops. So it was today. Okay. Yeah. But when? You have a time? Pre market? Eastern time. So they okay, well, that's interesting that they would do that after the fact. Well, at least that's putting money where their mouth is, sort of, though they're not spending their own money. All right, maybe another interesting one. A lot of interesting ones. 2655 for the RVLV through the 200-day moving average, and maybe some support. Wow, okay, maybe some support right here, right where it is. But if it can crack through that 2650 mark, boy, the next low is 2436 ish. HPCO, well, let's take a look. I mean, it's won 18 races today. Ah, see, look at this. Yes, it took it 30%. Now, I'm going to just reiterate this. This is, if you take this trade, and I wouldn't recommend necessarily right now because it's kind of extended, maybe it pulls back. The VWAP, well, the VWAP is too far away. But just remember what happened here at 11:30. Okay, that's an 11:30 candle, but that flashed up to, if you weren't around, that flashed up to 350 and went down to 240 or 250 in about 10 seconds. Okay. So just remember, if you take this trade, do not wander away from your computer and even trying to put stops in. I mean, it could, that would have blown through everybody's stops. Yeah, guys, the market is just drifting down. So if you're going to go long anything, I mean, you can, there's some earnings plays, I guess, that are still decent, but if you're going to go long anything, I mean, right now the market is just in drip, drip, drip down mode. Now, the HPCO, of course, usually these little ones don't care so much about what the market's doing, but just be awfully careful. The high is 350. All right, this has a little bit of room. The volume is terrible. Okay. It is an earnings play though. ASYS. What's the spread like? Yeah. You could just sort of tell. It is an earnings play. And I looked at this. Okay, there's room underneath. $9 is the 200-day. So that's, from 964, that's plenty of room. And then you check the spread out, 963.90, 990. That's a no-no. And it's only traded 131,000, which is 7 times normal. So you can just see it doesn't trade very much. Meanwhile, HPCO, wow. I can't. A bullish rectangle pattern? I mean, I don't even, I think we might have, maybe one of the other traders does, but let's, first of all, let's see if what we have for rectangle patterns, number one, okay? So if I'm gonna search, do a search, and then just type in rectangle. I've never, oh, we have a rectangle bottom and rectangle top. Okay, so those are the two alerts we have. I have never used them. So, because it's hours of trading also, you have to specify. So I am the wrong person to ask for something like this, but maybe one of the other traders has done so. So support at trade-ideas.com. Maybe somebody has got something. Now, let me see if something's in the Market Explorer. Okay. So, I mean, here are the two alerts. Now, after that, I have no idea how to use them. But let's take a look at the Market Explorer. Maybe Michael built something in there that. So pattern recognition, bear flag, bull flag, doesn't look like that. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's built anything. No, there's no phone number. We can't do phone work for that, Spinity. Okay, phone is just, it's better that you just send in your email and somebody will, I mean, if somebody, hey, one of the traders may have something. Phoning is really just for accounting issues, but you can just ask that very question. Oh, I don't know if, well, I don't know if somebody has something for you. I don't know. The best thing to do is go, support at trade-ideas.com. Say, I'd like to, does anybody have a bullish rectangle pattern alert window? And see what happens. I mean, I've shown you that there's your alert. After that, then you can start building your filters, with the price range you want, the minimum volume and all that. So we do have an alert. But I have never ever used it. I just find that pattern recognition is just too difficult. But somebody might have something for you. If you just, all you can do is just again contact us and see. Somebody might say, "Hey, this is something that's close," or okay. All right, guys. This meeting is going to be in about 5 minutes or so, so I'll be putting myself on mute. And I'm watching some of the, the more stocks that were pretty volatile. They're just sort of sitting there doing nothing now. Well, I actually just popped that into where the traders at Trade Ideas where we are in our little Slack thread. So I've actually popped that in to see if anybody's got a bullish rectangle pattern scan. Okay. Does it look good, Spinity? Just, checking. Nobody seems to have anything. You have the alert. All I can say is that take that alert and, build something around it. I mean, there is the alert. And when I say build something around it, just, with your price range and minimum volume, things like that, and see what sort of alerts you get and if it makes sense. One moment, please. Okay, guys, I am going to put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. So, Spinity, I doubt if anybody, I saw that you posted that regarding the rectangular pattern. There's really nothing that anybody has developed, so I don't want to disappoint you. My only recommendation is to take the alert and build it yourself. I mean, you've got the alert, and then when I say build it yourself, I mean put in whatever price range you're interested in, whatever minimum volume you're interested in, things like that. Just kind of build the scan yourself using that alert and just see what happens. I just did a little. I don't think anybody at Trade Ideas uses that, so I just don't want you to feel that, well, we're ignoring you, okay? My guess, I've asked them to do this. I know we'll upset a couple, maybe a few customers, but there are some alerts that never get used. And when I say never, like maybe 0.5%, maybe even less of our customers use them. They're, and they were there because I think at the very beginning when the company developed all the alerts and filters, they thought, okay, let's put this in, let's put this in. But there are a lot of those alerts and filters that are virtually never used. That is one of them. All right, guys. Well, in about 5 minutes, I will put myself on mute again. I'll still be here. I think the promo code now is on my homepage. Let me just do a quick look. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, I think the promo there is now there. Yes, so you can use VDay 25 for 25% off the first month only, or the entire year, of Trade Ideas. And as always, if you're unsure about this product, and if you don't know the product, you should be unsure of it. You can always test it for a month. Go in either standard or premium. Sorry, right here, standard or premium. 118 less than 25%. And if within 30 days you decide, you know what, yeah, I wouldn't mind taking an annual, we'll honor that 25%. So this gives you, some time to check out the program before you commit to an annual. And you never have to commit to an annual if you don't want to. But obviously committing, like taking out an annual subscription, paying up front, obviously your per month cost is less than taking out going month to month. That's the attraction. And if you do take out a subscription, please do the get started. The 10 short videos take you about 30 minutes to go through them. If you're brand new to trading, take the course, Trading 101. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. All the education is here. And my scans. Here are my scans that I'm sharing. So if you do take out a subscription and use that promo code, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage, and the room will get credit. I'll get some credit. Also, saving my link will allow you to take a look at my scans and that big education section at any time. Okay, guys. Well, let's see. I don't see anything else happening. Not too many, no questions right now. So I think I'll put myself on mute and, but I'm here. I am here. If you have any questions, I'll just hop right back on the mic. I'm kind of looking at GME as a short, guys. I want to see how well what happens at 20. It sort of curled its way up, but let's see if 20 gets rejected. And that's about it for me. Well, Shady, I'm going to pass that on to this guy, okay? Because he's looking at something, we don't have anything for him. I mean, yeah, we have the alert, but I'll pass that on if you don't mind. You know, you're an experienced trader, and I'll just pass that on if you don't mind. Oh, I know it's a very basic scan. We have the alert for it and all, but but is it going to give you anything that you can trade? Just because we have, as you know, just because we have the alert doesn't mean it's going to, I think as I tried to explain to somebody before, we put in these things a long, long time ago. And I'm sure somebody, when Trade Ideas was first starting, somebody said, hey, I guess we should have a rectangular pattern. Okay. And then that's it. I don't think, again, my guess is that hardly anybody uses it. All right, guys, I think I'll wrap this up. I don't see any questions. And Terrible Trader, yeah, I've never, I don't know what a deep crab pattern is. We certainly don't have anything like that. So no. Let me just get my script together. There it is. All right, everybody. Well, we'll do all this again tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. I thought it might have been a joke, but you always, always, always have to take anything, there's all sorts of crazy names for patterns out there. Terrible, terrible. Okay. I almost thought of looking it up. There's crazy names for patterns. So I thought, oh, maybe this is one. Okay. Okay. Deep doo-doo, I would have said, yeah, okay. Okay, guys, that is it. I will say adios to you guys in our YouTube room. If I can find you. There you are. Okay, you guys are now